Who y'all? My God, today. Y'all, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I thought I set this up for 8 o'clock. I thought I set this up for 8 p.m. Maybe it just didn't take. I was up there eating my darn dinner. Sorry, y'all. We were having a bit of a discussion. Okay, all right, all right. Well, let everybody know we're here. My God, today. I am so, so sorry. Ooh, y'all, it's a mess and a half. It is a mess and a half. Let me go on and put this out on the Twitterscapes and the Twitterness of it all and let people know that I am alive. Let people know that I am live. I'm actually going to put it out on the Facebooks, on my own personal Facebook as well, to my story. And we're going to put this out. Okay. There it is. All right. Now everybody and their mother knows I'm live. How's everybody doing? I want y'all to let people know that we are here. I want y'all to let them know we are here. I don't know if others are still live, but I want you to let them know. I want you to let them know that we're here. We're going to have a discussion today. The discussion today, y'all, is going to be surrounding Bishop Lamar Whitehead, prophetess Tarsha Howard. But the real discussion, not just the incident as it occurred, but I want, because this what has happened now because of some other things that have popped off and popped out, is that the conversation has diverted, I feel, from the real crux of the matter. So I'm going to be taking the first part of this and putting it out on as a podcast. So let me begin to discuss this a little bit, and then we'll open up the chat for everyone to be able to partake. So for those of you who do not know, and let me welcome everybody in the house first. Hello, Lady D. Hello, Deshawn. How are you? Hello. Thank you to the Southern Astrologer for texting me, because I really thought I set this up for 8. You said, I wish T.S. Madison heard this story. I'm sure she's heard it. I'm sure she's heard it. I'm positive she's heard it. You cannot be in the community and in the culture and not have heard this story. That is an impossibility. Okay. Um, Hey, Shiny, how are you? Hey, Melinda J, how are you? Hey, Live in the Moment, how's it going? Hey, Coach Leslie. Hey, NPE, how are you? Hello, Simone Chapman. Hello. Yeah, Deshaun, there's no way you are in the community and have not heard it. So I do want y'all, please let people know. Like and share as you're coming in. That does help with the algorithm, of course, and let people know that we are here, that we are on, that we are live, and that the conversations that we have on this channel, whatever that they might be, that they are of importance. See, now you're going to start with me. Nope. Come on, get down. That they are of importance. I'm gonna balance the light here, and I'm putting this light up here because I feel like we need a little light. We're gonna need to shine a little light on this discussion. All right. For those of you that do not know, I believe it was just a week ago. On everybody saying hello to you, Gemini. Just a week ago on Sunday, in a church service in Brooklyn, New York. A man by the name of Bishop Lamar Whitehead, and I really should have tried to have his picture. A man by the name of Bishop Lamar Whitehead. This is the same minister that just, I think, a month or so ago, maybe a little bit more than that, had allegedly been robbed in the church, and reportedly $1 million worth of jewelry was taken from he and his wife. There's a whole big thing about that, right? And what that kicked off was a number of people, and I'm including myself in this too, wondering whether or not he had honestly been robbed. It just seemed a little weird. It felt a little staged. And y'all can go back, and that's my opinion. That's my opinion. So, by the way, everything that is being stated here is under the fair use. Everything stated here is opinion, interpretation, and conjecture. Okay, this is my opinion. We are having a discussion now. What that did is that then kicked off a series of other people, other content creators and commenters, specifically those that are on that have platforms here on YouTube and in other social media spaces. And they were saying, hey, a lot of people, this is not just a couple, but a lot of people were questioning the validity and veracity of that robbery. And it put a spotlight on Bishop Lamar Whitehead's church, his conduct, his past, present, all sorts of things. So fast forward to this past Sunday, which would have been the 18th, I believe, of September 2022. A woman by the name of Prophetess Tarsha Howard and another YouTube creator, her channel, as I believe, called A Gift and a Curse. Hang on one second. I'll find hers in a minute, and we'll put her link in here. They attended the services, and there was a tad bit of an altercation. I'm going to show you the initial, because this whole service, as all of his services are broadcast on Facebook Live. And so all of a sudden, this clip began to go viral. Okay? Began to go viral. So what we're going to do is we're going to share the viral. Now, this is fair use. This is from King Jives's YouTube page. But this came from all over. This is from King Jives's YouTube page. Oh, did I do this right? Hold on, stop sharing. Bear with me 1 second, guys. I got to be sure that there's sound. The sound quality is not that good. So you might have to, turn it up a little bit, but you're going to get the general gist of it. Okay, we'll stop this, and then we're going to show some more, but we'll get to the point that I want to get to. So here we go. Let me turn this up. So here is Ms. Howard. Let me make sure how I'm sharing. So you guys, yep, I'm good. I'm very minimized. Okay. This is Ms. Howard here. He has called her to the front. Bishop Lamar Whitehead has called her to the front. He's speaking in tongues. She's speaking in tongues, and he's called her to the front. And this is what happens.
Your pitches. Come preach. You want to come preach? Come on up here. Come on up here. Yeah, come on, Lord. Yes, Lord.
So he's saying, you want to come preach? You want to come preach? Calls her to the front. You can hear her in the background saying something, but at this point, we don't know what that something is. Here we go.
In the name of Jesus, In the name of Jesus. Let's pray in the spirit, y'all. Roko shana ma 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 si. Roko bo shata ba ba ba. Rete bebe.
Now he walks down to meet her while she's walking up to the front.
Roko shata ba. Ata ba boko shata ma si. Roko shene ma ba shata ba ba. Ebeko shata ba 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 ba. Rete beko shana ba. Hey, glory to God. Now remove her out of here.
So then he tells his ushers to remove her. Now he meets her down. I've got some other video footage, and I'm going somewhere with this, you guys. I'm going somewhere with this. But for those that have no idea about this or have not seen this, I need to show this to you all.
Now move her out of here. Move her out of here. Amen. Come on, let's give Jesus a round of applause, y'all. Hey, yes, Lord.
So his ushers do not get up. Nobody, in fact, we're going to see in some other footage, gets up to do anything. Okay? She's still walking to the front.
Let's give Jesus a round of applause. Let's give Jesus a round of applause. Let's give Jesus a round of applause. Now let's give Jesus a round of applause. While they take pictures and they want to be on social media, take the pictures. Take the pictures. Take the pictures. Take the pictures. Take.
Now, there has been more footage that has come up. There has been more footage that has come up. Hey, Juice Radio, how are you? Hey, Miss D, hello. And Deshaun says, yes, it was bad, the video. He didn't have to grab that woman like that, and I don't know how she kept her composure. True. I will say that. There's more that popped up. And at the beginning of all of this, Ms. Howard has come onto various platforms, Larry King Live, and she was just on Conscious TV's platform as well. And she has made it clear that she came there because she's writing a book about the charismatic lead minister or charismatic church and its impact, negative impact on the community, the Black community. I'll say negative. I'm not going to assume it's all negative, but I'm just saying that she's writing a book about that. She had also attended this man's real estate class, and he was trying to teach people how to flip real estate. But then by the third class was asking for people's social security numbers. And he does have a record for identity theft. Gemini, please, honey. No. And so she thought that was a little bit weird and strange. So there's a history here, right? She's got some interaction. I think she knows the wife from what I've heard her say. But she went there, and this other YouTuber, hold on. I will be able to tell you the YouTuber in a second. Library. Let me go to it's a gift and a curse podcast. I'm gonna actually go to her channel because she was there with her. She was actually, because she's been following this along with King Jives as well. We can put King Jives's we can put his platform in here. You know, I do like to go head on and give everyone credit. I don't know if I have, do I have a, Melinda, if you can find King Jives's YouTube channel, put that in there. If you could also put Larry Reed Live's channel in the chat, and also Conscious TV's channel, please. So the two ladies were there. A Gift and a Curse was there to get, information on the podcast. And so for her podcast, and she was filming. Okay. Thank you so much, honey. Thank you. So A Gift and a Curse, and I need to find this one where she plays like the whole entirety of it. Here we go. Where basically what happens is, hang on, I'm going to scroll back. I'm going to find this. Basically what happens is at the beginning of this service, at some point during the service while they were there, they were asked to stop filming because she was recording. That would be the A Gift and a Curse podcast. And she was asked, then the bishop said it was okay, no worries. And Miss Howard steps up, or Miss Howard stands up and then says, and when he starts saying, oh, you want to come up here and preach, she starts saying that this is a lying sermon. Now I'm going somewhere with this, guys. Let me build it. Just let me build it. This is from A Gift and a Curse podcast. Here we go.
How dare you? Okay? Let's be very clear. Now,
basically, during the service, Howard said she had met the woman before, who is a podcaster. I don't have anything to do with her, Howard said. She's also, I think, the reason why I got arrested, because she's out there with the cameras taunting this man.
So basically, the reason why she's releasing this is because because Tarsha had said this, that she was the reason she got arrested. Here we go.
Amen. Hallelujah. Yes, hallelujah. Glory to God.
So here's them being her being asked. This is A Gift and a Curse podcast. She was there filming this again for her podcast. Okay. And everybody kind of knew that, but here we go. So that's Ms. Howard putting her hand across there and saying that they, misquoting which amendment, of course, that they had Second Amendment rights, meaning they had First Amendment rights. But here we go.
Right. Amen. We have Second Amendment rights.
All right. Amen. Praise the Lord.
now I told her I would stop. He said, y'all are right. Praise the Lord.
Amen.
Now here we have, this is all fair use. We're making commentary and we're going to get to the gets. I need to set the stage. Here we go.
God good. Amen.
We have freedom of press. We have freedom of press. We have freedom of press. Thank you. Amen. Continue, Pastor. Continue on with your lying sermon.
We have freedom of press. We have freedom of press. Continue, Pastor. Continue on with your lying sermon.
We have freedom of press. We have freedom of press. We have freedom of press. Thank you. Amen. Continue, Pastor. Continue on with your lying sermon. Of press. We have freedom.
At this point is when he calls her up to the front to come, and do you want to preach the sermon? And then this whole melee erupts. She walks up to the front. She's yelling. She's speaking in tongues. He comes down. He's speaking in tongues. He asks for her to be removed. The result, though, I will show you the resulting injury was Let me see if I can find it here. I don't know if this is going to show good enough, but I want you guys to see the resultant injury here. Now, why am I going through this and why am I building this up to this point? I don't know if you guys can see right over here. There's the thumbnail. That's the resulting, because he grabbed her from behind, right? And that ring, like he literally grabbed her by her neck and shoved her out of the sanctuary. Now, why am I setting all of this up? Why am I setting all this up? So that we can get here tonight. And welcome to everybody that is in the room. Tarot Guy, the Juice Radio and Talk Show. If we could drop Juice's link as well. Chocolate Earth Foundation, welcome sis. If we can drop hers as well. Any content creators, please let me know. Please let Melinda know you're a content creator and we will drop your link in the chat. I want to have a real discussion about, can women provoke men to put their hands on them? And not only that, can women provoke other women? But we're going to stick with women and men. And the reason why I'm sticking with women and men today, I've been doing some pretty in-depth studies in how the relationship between man and woman is presented in the Bible, and how there are certain instances where you can see where the setup for the two to be at odds against one another was already created even back in Genesis. And I'm not saying that's of God. I'm saying in the version, okay? And as we're having all of these discussions about wokeness and this and that, and as we're having these discussions about women submitting to men and what's a high value man and what's a this and what's a that, and what's our role and what's a traditional woman to do, and what are we not supposed to do, and when are we too masculine, and when are we not feminine enough, and when are men too feminine, and when are men too masculine, we have to have this discussion. Because we can't have it all ways. A man, physiologically is stronger. Physiologically. I don't care if that man works out. I don't care whatever happens. That man is physiologically stronger than a woman. If a man is supposed to be the protector, right? Supposed to be the head, supposed to be the lead, supposed to be someone that we as women are to submit to. And I'm not admitting to submission at the moment. I'm just saying. If we are supposedly the weaker sex, then at what point can or do our words provoke a man to physical interaction? Right? At what point? I'm going to say a few things here. Some people may like it, some people may not. You see, I walked in the office of the prophetess in the church for many years, And I was called, led. I would wake up on Sunday mornings and be getting ready to go to church. And literally, I would hear God or it would drop in my spirit, as we say, to not go to my normal church home, but to go to another church because there was something either that I was being sent there to see or sent there to say. This was, however, after a time of studying up underneath other prophets of the church. I didn't just jump up one day and call myself prophet and just go running around speaking the word of the Lord to each and every service. I didn't do that. Okay. There were things that were done decently and in order. In fact, some of the people that are here in this chat right now, I was called to River of Life one morning and thought I was just there for a Sunday or maybe 2 Sundays. Yeah. And what ended up happening was I ended up there for many years. But I would get called to go to different churches from time to time. When you are walking in this prophetic office and you're actually in the office of the prophet, there are times you're called to go places. I was called to go places in different parts of the country. So there are times you're called to go places. But things are meant to be done decently and in order. There would have never been a moment in time that I would have ever jumped up in my humanity in the middle of a service and screamed at the top of my lungs, "Go on with your lying sermon." I don't care what had happened. It don't make me no difference. Things should be done decently and in order. I don't care if it's religion or spirituality or whatever. If it's of love and in love, God is love, then it's going to be decent and in order. Anything that's not of love is going to be chaos, which is what we've seen. Did Ms. Howard have an ulterior motive in going to the church? I don't know. I'm not in her head. She said she was going to write a book or get notes for her book. We see what the resultant was. We know that there was prior interaction because she had taken that class. We know that there was already a prior feeling that there was less than, shall we say, pure, pristine motivations in this man's ministry. So I don't know if she already went there with a specific thought process in her mind. I'm pretty sure probably if she was sitting there, I would venture to say that sermon probably was very hard to listen to. But that was out of order. And then, yes, he calls you to the front, but in the heat of all of that, that would not have been a front I would have gone up to. I've sat under some really horrific services. I have sat under some pretty horrific sermons. I have detected spirits that were not of what we would say God. Okay? And what you're to do if you don't attend that church is you're to go to the leader, the man or woman of God, after service and have a discussion with them and deliver whatever message it is that the Lord's given you. And then if it's not received, you walk out and you shake the dust from your feet. That's what you're to do. Okay? So if we can get to the part where we're at least able to say, that was out of order. And that whole scene, to me, in my opinion, this is my opinion, that whole scene Didn't have to go down that way. That whole scene happened that way because it was two egos, two people operating in their humanity and nowhere close to an operation of the Holy Spirit, of God, of Jesus. That was not in there. There was no love there. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? There was none. That was two egos. Period. He was embarrassed because this woman had the unmitigated gall to stand up in his church. And there's one woman recording him, and this other woman jumps up. Now, I'm going to say this from his position. From his point of view, he's been under fire and filed lawsuits against Larry Reed and against King Jives. They're defaming me and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So now he's already on the attack, right? Because people really are not buying his story of how the events transpired. Oops, sorry, kitty. A few weeks ago when the alleged robbery happened. So that's going on. We got this happening, and now she jumps up and causes a disturbance in the church. That's the only way I can put it. From my point of view, she caused a disturbance in that church. I don't know what a court of law is going to find because he did call her up there. I don't know, but I'm just saying from my point of view, from a strictly office of the prophet position, okay? It was two egos, tempers, too much. It was too much going on there. However, even if we say all of that, even if I concede that, which we can see, at what point did he ever have the right to put his hands on her? My greater issue with all of that is this. If they had just argued at the front of the church, I'd have just popped me some popcorn and kept watching it. I'd have just watched roll the tape over and over again. Look at this tomfoolery and mess, because there ain't nothing in this that has anything to do with the love of God. But when it became physical, and now afterwards, what's happening is now, they were sent by Larry Reed and King Jives. They were plants. Well, don't you see now? She instigated the whole thing. She started it. She kicked it off, and now the man is now the bishop, and another YouTuber are out here throwing around horrific allegations about Larry Reed. Horrific. All of this now has diverted attention from the actual discussion that we should be having. Is why is it that we, and this might just be a family discussion. I don't know. Y'all that are not, in the melanated family gonna have to tell me if this needs to be a wider discussion. But I'm having it from the melanated family discussion for just a second. Why do we continue to make excuses and say the man's inability to restrain and contain his physical strength, right, is somehow condoned because this woman did X, Y, and Z. This dates all the way back to Genesis. Y'all don't believe me? Hold on. And I'm going to open up the lines. This part is part of this is going to be the podcast, guys, that I'm going to put up, and then I'm going to open up the lines. Fall of man in Genesis. Let's look it up, shall we? Let's look it up. I just want the Bible verses. I don't want y'all's take on it, for goodness sake. We'll look at it at the NASB. In the NASB. Okay, this is real good. Okay, here we go. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for a little Sunday service? Y'all ready for a little Sunday service? Y'all ready for a little Sunday service? Here we go, Genesis 3. This is from the New American Standard Bible. Now the serpent was more cunning than any animal of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said to the woman, has God really said, you shall not eat of any tree of the garden? The woman said to the serpent, from the fruit of the trees of the garden we may eat, but from the fruit of the tree which is in the middle of the garden, God has said, you shall not eat from it or touch it, which God never said, or you will die. The serpent said to the woman, you certainly will not die, for God knows that on the day you eat from it, your eyes will be opened and you will become like God, knowing good and evil. When the woman saw that the tree was good for food and that it was a delight to the eyes and that the tree was desirable to make one wise, we're going to break this down on another one very soon. She took some of its fruit and ate, and she also gave some to her husband with her, and he ate. Then the eyes of both were opened, and they knew they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves coverings. Now they heard the sound of the Lord God. This is verse 8, Genesis 3:8. Now they heard the sound of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and the man and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. Then the Lord God called to the man and said to him, where are you? Verse 10, he said, I heard the sound of you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid myself. And he said, who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree from which I commanded you not to eat? Now here we go. The man said, the woman whom you gave to be with me, she gave me some of the fruit of the tree and I ate. And then the Lord God in verse 13 said to the woman, what is this that you have done? And the woman said, the serpent deceived me and I ate. Now I'm just going to stop here at 12 and 13, because what we see here is the first opportunity that humanity has to not take mother trucking accountability for none of the mother trucking choices that we make. The man going to blame the woman. The woman's going to be like, yeah, that slick tongue over there got me caught up. We can laugh a little, y'all. We can laugh a little. But the man's ready to blame the woman. And ever since then, now we'll touch on that. We'll touch more on this another day. But ever since then, there's been this enmity towards the man. And actually, this is good. And then actually the here we go. Let me share this. Let me share this because this is good here. Let me share this. I know y'all weren't expecting me to go here, but we got to go here. We got to go here. Then the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you more than all the livestock and more than any of the animal of the field. On your belly shall you go, and the dust shall you eat all the days of your life. Which makes me wonder, did the serpent have legs before then? But we'll talk about that later. And I will make enemies of you and the woman, and of your offspring and her descendant. He shall bruise you on the head, and you shall bruise him on the heel. So if you wonder why women don't like snakes, now we'll redefine serpent another day, but this is why. And then to the woman he said, now this was supposedly our punishment. To the woman he said, I will greatly multiply your pain in childbirth. In pain shall you deliver children, yet your desire will be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. So our punishment was that man would rule over us. Now, I'm just going to ask my good Christian folks and my good Bible scholars. Genesis is in the what? The Old Testament, right? The Old Testament, right? Jesus starting from the book of Matthew, where it talks about the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus, Yeshua. That is considered the what, may I ask? The New Testament, right? And I don't know about y'all, but I kept getting told, now I could be wrong, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. I've been told that the New Testament then supersedes the Old Testament, that it fulfills the Old Testament, that now we no longer live by the need for multiple sacrifices, blood sacrifices, so on and so forth. But now we're saved by what? Grace, right? And it fulfilled the law, all of that in the law. Well, part of the law, and the law, in case those of you who may or may not know, the law that Jesus was referring to was called the Torah. What is the Torah? The first 5 books of the Bible. What are the first 5 books of the Bible? That would be Genesis, Exodus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, and Leviticus. Might not be in the right order, but you know what I'm saying. So Genesis falls underneath there. That was part of the law, the Torah. So if it was fulfilled, then why is it that we have to be ruled over by men still? See, we can't have it all ways. I'm going somewhere with that. I'm going somewhere with this. At what point do we finally get to say that unless a woman, or anybody for that matter, but unless a woman is presenting a mortal danger to you or your family or somebody in close proximity over which you are responsible for, or you just happen to see her horribly threatening somebody's existence, why do you get the pass to put your hands on her? And why do we say, but she did this, but she did that? That is what that anybody who's ever been in an abusive relationship, you've heard that before. I wouldn't have done this except for you did. If you hadn't done this, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have hurt you had you not done this. Why did you make me do this? Why did you push me to this edge? And then what happens if you're in an abusive relationship for a long time? Because I've been there as a child and then as an adult. You start walking on eggshells because you don't want to trip the trigger. Because you don't want to provoke this person to physically harming you. Why are we giving the excuse? Why are we not safe in our own homes or in our places of worship? Or when we go out? Why are we not safe in our relationships? I'm not saying everybody's not safe. I'm just having a discussion here, y'all. Because I'm safe. My man don't put his hands on me like that. Trust and believe. I just got done spending the weekend. He ain't never put his hands on me like that, and never will. So I'm safe, right? I don't get into toxic relationships anymore. But I'm trying to understand from a cultural perspective, why is it that we'll have this discussion for a brief moment and then we move away from it? We'll have this discussion for a brief moment. And this woman, this is my conjecture, I don't know. She was very afraid. That second clip I played for you from A Gift and a Curse podcast, she didn't want that coming out. And you know why she didn't want that coming out? because of the very reaction that some people have given her. Well, she provoked it. She caused it. She kicked it all off. So then they no longer feel any compassion for her. Why? Because she got exactly what she deserved. Let me tell you, that's what other people say, not me. Let me tell you where that comes from. That comes from slavery, serfdom, indentured servitude. That comes from an archaic way of thinking. That comes from women being considered chattel. That comes from, you bet not say too much, otherwise master's going to get you. From us. Now, from folks that are not melanated, that'll come from a different, still women were considered property and so on and so forth. That's where that comes from. When are we going to recognize it's okay? Listen, really now I'm saying, hey, listen, sis, had you come out and said, listen, I couldn't take it no more. This man was hooping and hollering at his wife. This is what I hear happened before all of this, was hooping and disrespecting his wife in front of the whole congregation. And he's preaching a half sermon. I don't know where he got that for. I'm going to let, when I cut this off, I'm going to let Chocolate Earth come out and tell what book that she derives some of these sayings from. That needs to be an additional book into getting a good word. He probably was telling a bunch of lies that probably that didn't make no sense, child. It probably didn't make a lick of sense what he was saying. I wouldn't doubt it. So I can understand if the wife was disrespected as a woman, as a mother. The wife's trying to attend to a 10-month-old daughter. As a woman, as a mother, as a Black woman or melanated woman, and a woman of God, I would have got triggered too. It's a shame that she couldn't come out and say, listen, I got triggered. I got in my feelings. I got in my flesh. I stood up. I was out of order. That doesn't mean a man still had his right to put his hands on her. So I'm trying to understand, why is it that we continue to do that? And why can we not be safe? Why are our children not safe? We just got done at the time of this recording of this podcast, for those listening later, we just got done with the whole Tiffany Haddish Aries Spears situation that got settled out of court, where young children, a young man for sure that we know of, and there's other videos and photos that are under seal that we'll never see now, was at best put in a horrifically compromising, inappropriate situation that has scarred that young man and his sister for life. And yet, all I heard people say was, or some people say, was, well, is this really worth Tiffany's, Ms. Haddish's, her career? Yeah, it was trash. Yeah, the film was messed up. Yeah, the video was bad. But really, what do you mean? Or when young ladies come up and say that they have been SA'd, if they're teenagers, or even if they're adult women, oh, she fast. She always been fast. You know that girl. You know she been running around everywhere. She just fast. She shouldn't have been wearing them shorts and that skirt anyway. She knew better than that. Why is she wearing that stuff around her uncles and stuff and her cousins? Why is she wearing that around the neighborhood? She was asking for it. Really? We still have this attitude somehow that we're asking for some sort of physical, unwanted, violent interaction with a man. That has to stop. That has to stop. We have to start having the emotional, spiritual, and logical intelligence to be able to process these situations and say the safety and sanctity of one's person should be above all of the utmost importance and respect put on that. And that short of some sort of physical imminent danger. Now listen, if I got a frying pan and I done came at your head and I really, yeah. You understand what I'm saying? Sometimes y'all mad. But yeah, ladies, shouldn't be putting frying pans upside somebody's head either, unless we're in danger. Now that I will say too. But unless there is some sort of weapon or there's an assault happening on someone or an assault happening, if she had came and lunged at him, I would understand it. He's got to defend himself. I'm not, it should be equal, not over the top. I could understand him getting her up off of him. I could get that. That what we saw there was words. There was words. Some in quote unquote tongues. I have my own opinion about that. I'm not going to do that right now. Some not. There was a whole lot of ego and a whole lot of that was not of God. But our safety, we have to talk about that. I should not be afraid to be able to speak my mind, even in all that ego. Even in all that ego. Even with all that, I should not be afraid to speak my mind. I should not be afraid to have a difference of opinion. I should not be afraid to raise my voice. I should not be afraid to be passionate about what I'm saying. I should not even be afraid if you're going to start calling me out my name, well, I'm going to call you out yours. I'm not always the most spiritual person. I am still human. And sometimes that old Lisa will come out. Y'all have seen the Cussing Oracle come out. But we should be able to have a war of words and it not escalate to literal violence. And we also have to stop this words are violence. They're not. Violence is violence. We should be able to disagree. We should be able to be passionate. We should be able to argue. We should be able to fuss. And I don't have to worry about you putting your hand on my neck and scratching me up to all get out and tossing me out of somewhere. Or tossing me against a wall. Or what, do you understand what I'm saying? When is our safety and the sanctity of our humanity? This is really, to me, the issue is there is so little sanctity and respect for humanity, for life, for those that give life. And as women, can we just say this too? Why are we giving excuses to these men? Why are we giving excuses to these men? Why are we the first ones in the comments? Oh, she shouldn't have said nothing. Oh, she shouldn't have done that. That woman lying on the bishop. That woman lying on that man. That girl fast. That girl got a mouth on her. I knew somebody was going to knock her in it one day. Don't tell me y'all have not heard that said. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. And I do see. I know those of you. Some of you are going to be listening to this later. You're not going to have the benefit of the chat to be able to see the chat, but you can watch this on YouTube. Heart of Inspiration. So the Juice Radio and Talk Show says she could have spoken to him softly, and he would have probably reacted the same way. Exactly. So why? Why? I'm gonna talk to the women. I do another comment from Tarot Guy I want to read out. People also act like men can't be abused, but at the same time, men need to be accountable for their actions, for non-combative actions of women, where they react or act in a violent manner. Exactly. I'm not going to sit here and say, if we learned anything, for instance, from the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, from that defamation suit, I would say that Mr. Depp had been the one that had been horribly abused throughout his relationship. That's my perception. Yeah. So, but why is it? I'm going to talk to my sisters now. I'm going to talk to my sisters. Why do we get in the chats and in the comments and all around the table? And with one of the first things we do is we down the woman. We tear her down. We don't support her now, because that's another thing that Miss Tarsha Howard is saying, that a Gift and a Curse podcast wasn't supporting her. A Gift and a Curse podcast simply put out the remainder of the truth. I don't think it is what it is. It doesn't change the fact he shouldn't have put his hands on her. But by the same token, she was also saying that she was blaming A Gift and a Curse podcast and saying, oh, she's the reason I got arrested. No. You got arrested for trespassing and disturbing a religious service. The trespassing part's going to be difficult. The disturbance, it can go either way. I'm not a judge. I'm not the jury. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just saying, from my eyes, I don't know. She was supporting her. We can't be afraid of the truth. But then what happens when all the truth comes out, then immediately it's us. It's us doing it. We got to do better. We have to keep one another safe. I'm not saying don't hold each other accountable, because I want you to hear I'm holding her accountable. Just like I hold others accountable when they are in the wrong. If you're wrong, you're wrong. My own children that I birthed will tell you in a heartbeat, yeah, my mother is very much, if you're wrong, you're wrong. Like, people would come and tell me that my children had done things, child, and I'd be like, I'd listen, because I know my kids. And I could tell you, yeah, that one did that. Or, nah, that one, I couldn't go along with that. Nah, I don't think so. I don't know. We know. And I would tell them, if they're right, they're in the right. If they're in the wrong, they're in the wrong. That's just the way it is. Take accountability for it. I could deal with anything. We all have to get to that point, though, where that's how we approach these things. And we don't jump on the bandwagon and crucify and cancel somebody because they may have jumped out the window on something. Now, I know some of you listening to this podcast are not used to me using this vernacular, but I want you to hear the passion. And I want you to hear my point. The safety of our women, the safety of our children depends on us, especially as melanated men and women. And this, in this country, in this world, is even becoming not just a race thing, but the safety of humanity is dependent upon us pulling our heads out of our behinds and honoring the sanctity of humanity and life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. And not taking words to the point that we're ready to harm another human being over words or over a difference of opinion or over a discussion that's not going in our favor, in our way. We can't continue to jump out of the window because now, to be very honest, it puts people like myself who have always had quite a strong voice and a stronger opinion. It puts people like myself in a position where it's, do I actually want to even go out here and speak? Do I want to? Who am I going to engage in? I'd love to be able to engage people that have a difference of opinion in a wonderfully intelligent and beautiful conversation. But it makes you not want to do that. It makes me shake my head when I look at the family here. I'm talking to my melanated family. Why are we still doing this to each other? Why are we tearing each other down? Why are we supporting those that harm us? Why aren't we holding each other accountable for our actions? And there are some of us, and I will tell you, it's probably the ones that listen to my voice right now that do that. But I'm hoping this message gets out to those and hits somebody's heart and changes somebody's mind and perspective on this whole situation. There is no excuse. There is no excuse outside of mortal danger or physical danger, actual physical danger. Actual, not just, oh, she was charging my wife. The woman was not charging that man's wife. That woman was going to do her little walk, her little Holy Ghost speaking in tongues walk around that whole event space. That was she walked on back to her seat. She wasn't paying no attention. If anything, she probably was going there to tell that wife, you need to get your tail and your baby and go on and get the heck out of here because that man just disrespected you in front of everybody. Who knows? But we have to, outside of that level of danger, decide that we are going to take a stand and keep the conversation and the focus where it needs to be. You don't get to change the conversation. You don't get to change the narrative. You don't get to go and then say, put all these defamatory claims on somebody else's head so that we no longer are looking at what you've done. And shame on the city of New York when you had physical evidence right in front of you and you had a phone video recording and then also the cameras on the Facebook Live physically seeing this man. I mean, it's on the tape. And I don't think he's even denying that he didn't put his hands on her. You see this and then you bring him in and let him go and never book him because he's friends, I would assume, allegedly. I've heard, in my opinion, he is friends with or has had relationship with Eric Adams, the mayor. That is documented. So I have to wonder, was the relationship between the two of them what kept him from getting booked? If he had gotten booked and then released because of their whole no bail situation, okay. But he didn't get charged. And you can see that's what happened. So shame on New York City for that. Shame on New York City for that. Because you're sending now a further message that A melanated person, if they are not in a position or connected to a position and a person in position of power, that we don't matter. That we don't matter. Now, I already knew that, but some of y'all don't. So let me bring that up to you too. Let me put that right in your face so you can see it. Unless you are in a position of power or you are connected to somebody in a position of power, which means you have power by proxy, that's the only way I get justice, I guess. But if that's the case, then I guess you could do whatever you want. I guess all bets are off because you're not going to get charged. Shame on New York City for that as well. Keep people safe. But women, we need to, and men, we need to take a hard look at ourselves, the sanctity and safety of our women and of our children, and really ask ourselves the hard question, why? Why are we allowing this behavior? Why are we making excuses for it? Why? All right, now, I had to figure out if I'm actually live, guys. I'm going on my channel and trying to figure out if I'm actually, yes, I am. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I am going to roll the exit tape. I'm going to sign off actually from Facebook. I want to thank you guys for being here on Facebook. If you want to continue the conversation, come over to my YouTube channel, Heart of Inspiration on YouTube. Heart of Inspiration on YouTube. I'll be live. If you want to join this conversation with us, I would greatly appreciate it. And until then, peace, love, blessings, and joy be unto you today, tomorrow, and for all eternity. I love you guys. Namaste. Bye-bye. Namaste. Bye-bye. Let's see. We're going to try to end this. I don't know if I can end this live this way. Let me see if I can end it. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to make sure those lives are ended, guys. All right, this is what I'm going to do. I want everybody to stay right here. I'm going to end the stream and then I'm going to restart the stream. So just give me just a second. Okay, good. All right, stream's over. Okay, good. I didn't have to do anything else. All right. Thank you, Jesus. Ooh, child. Are y'all ready, my YouTubers? Are y'all ready? Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Here, I'm gonna drop this link, child. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the link. I know y'all. Thank you all so much for participating in this. And now we're gonna talk. I'm gonna catch up with everything. Join the conversation. I know y'all probably been waiting. I'm gonna catch up on these chats. There we go. All right. Woo, child. Okay, there you go. Let me catch it up. Oh, watch out, kitty. I didn't know it was you down here. Oh, okay. Let's catch up. So, there's the link. Y'all got the link? Y'all see the link? The link? Y'all see the link? Hang on, I got to get down here. There's the link for y'all to join. Now, I've been trying to see some of this conversation. I'm trying to see. I've been trying to see some of this conversation. I know Kirk was in here. I apologize. Hey, Deshaun, how are you, honey? How are you? Oh my goodness. Oh wow. There's so much. There's so much here. There's so much here. I got to go all the way back. Y'all, this is crazy to me. And I will tell you the craziest part, there's so many layers to the level of crazy. There's so many levels to the layer of crazy. Because hey, Chocolate Earth. I probably got her in here before she could get her darn audio going. Hey, Juice. How you doing? To the platform.
I'm good.
Good. Chocolate Earth, can you hear us? You got your audio?
I can hear you.
Oh, there you
Yes.
are.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Hey.
ma'am.
Turn the lights off.
This a mess.
What? I'm gonna need you not to be listening to my phone calls. That's what I need. I need you not to be bugging my phone, knowing what I'm about to say. Ain't nobody messing with you today. Child, please. I was just off about this. Linda, nice to meet you. Juice, I'm going to put myself on mute. Thank you for dropping a link. Thank you for this conversation. I can't wait to dive.
Well, I thought you wanted to say something, baby. Come on now. You jumped up here.
Hey, Chocolate.
Hey, Chocolate Earth.
Hey, Juice.
I do have something to say.
Well, come on now. Here we go. You got here first.
I'm about to give it to you because look.
Well,
all right.
Let me put myself on mute.
Child. When I saw that Kirkland wannabe put his hands on this woman, let me tell you something. I had a friend of mine who, don't believe me. I just said he was like, my brother was concerned. He was like, really? Was it Kirk Franklin? No, it was not. Anyway, so it definitely upset me. It definitely triggered me. Because the sad part about it is we have condoned the right for someone, for a man to be allowed to put his hands on his women and his children.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's 2022, things ain't changed, playing a different game. You have folks out here caping for this man because he decided to become a bishop, because he got the church with them wedding chairs in there.
Well,
you ain't doing no wedding.
Not the wedding chairs.
Yeah, you know them, the wedding chairs, Melinda. Come on now. Them see through. Your auntie invited you. You ain't seen these people in a minute. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Come on now.
When I think about it, and I watched it, I've been following all of it. The Larry Reed, back to Conscious, back to the Bishop before when he went off on Larry and his co-host.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong. I have no qualm about a person expressing themselves in a different type of way, even if you are a leader spiritually in some way.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody needs to take all his cards, the black card, the man card, the church card. We need to snatch them off. You ain't preaching nothing. What you preaching about? It's sure enough how you ain't acting that way. You're not speaking that way. And then you put out a video to what I don't know, because it definitely wasn't an apology. Then he said, I didn't put my hands on her. Don't believe what your eyes are seeing, brothers and sisters. I did not. put my hands on her. And there were other men that when I went in to watch. And to your point, Hart, we cape from men like this.
Mm-hmm.
And they have done horrible things in the name of give me my money because it's my church. Because it ain't got nothing to do with God. It ain't got nothing to do with none of that. It's about power.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I agree with the fact that I don't think I'd have went to this man's church knowing his background, not even putting myself in that position. However, I'm not her. There may be more to it. I'm not sure. But even though she was there, he could have just let her walk on. Choices. Whether you're a man or a woman, it's choices. But putting your hands on another person, we teach children don't do that. But we allow it and condone it when adults do. Especially when it's men, especially when it's black, because the first thing out of everybody's mouth, man or woman, is what she
all
do.
All the time. Hang on one second. Thank you so much. Bedsty BK. This week of anger, lies, and untruths on these YouTube streets has been painful. We need to refocus on what is right, just, and truthful. And that is so true. That is so true. It is beyond me how this went from this man put his hands on this woman to now a week later, we are at defamatory audio being replayed that was never supposed to see the light of day again. And statements being made about other people, about, well, specifically Larry Reed, doing all sorts of manner of things. People saying that conscience is doing this and doing that and all this, that, and the third. And now all of a sudden the focus is on that. And then now, granted, I'm glad the truth came out, but now it's, oh, well, she shouldn't have got up and said nothing now. She wouldn't have got hit. She wouldn't have got, snatched up by her throat. No.
I think, Heart of Inspiration, I think what's going on here, which many people may need to really view this in the spiritual realms. A lot of them may have a hard time viewing what's going on. In the natural realm, if you really take a close look, this is a divisive spirit that we're talking about. It has been dividing since the day the event happened on that Sunday. There have been people on one side or people on the other person's side. In the spiritual realm, it's doing the same thing. It is being divisive. Now, if you think about it, before this event happened, Larry Reed, King Jives, Conscious, everybody was good. Everybody is fine. When this happened, that spirit immediately started attacking and dividing. It also went on to continue to attack and divide with Tarsha and with Keela. So if people pay close attention, this spirit is doing what it set out to do. It set out to divide the people because the people had started unifying with each other based on the situation which happened to Whitehead regarding the theft. People had started getting together. Yeah, he was wrong, this, that, and whatever. Everybody was on the same page. Yes, he needs to be taken down. Yes, he needs to be taken down. But what happened Sunday, when Tarsha, Miss Howard went in there to do, and let's just say, for instance, that she was led by God to go in there to do whatever she needed to do. I believe, and this is me personally, that she was sidetracked when he spoke to his wife the way that he did. I believe she got off the assignment at that point. And at that point, that spirit wanted that to take place because she, I believe, was about to go in there and take care of God's business. But because I believe she spiritually got sidetracked when he spoke to his wife, that's why I said in the chat, you have to stay on the assignment. I don't know if it was your chat or if it was Conscious chat. You have to stay with the assignment. We cannot be sidetracked. And the moment that happened, that's when this thing got turned over to the spirit, to that evil, foul spirit of divisiveness. Now, what we have to do is, like you said in your commentary today, which I'm so proud of you and so glad you did, we have to get to a unified place, not tear each other down because this situation happened, not do what the spirit wants us to do, and that's to be divided. That spirit wants to keep us divided, because if we keep being divided, we cannot bring down the real spirit that is going on in that building. It's a small building, but it's a large spirit.
Because it's pervasive throughout the entirety of the community, and probably, I would say, throughout a good chunk of the church. Like there's a lot of tomfoolery and messery going on in the church. Let's just be real.
Yeah. Yes.
There's too much ego. There's so much. And I used to call it spiritual ego. Now it's just natural greed and just human ego and this desire for power, real or imagined. And it's ridiculous. Also, this is serving as yet another distraction from things that are really happening in our world right now.
Correct.
That we're not even paying no attention to. Like the fact that this to me is just crazy to me. The fact that all this happened on the heels of the whole, let's just say, Tiffany Haddish, Ari Spears, and we were hearing that there's potentially other victims out there. Or the fact that there is, I mean, I don't know how many of y'all happen to know this, but did y'all know the Chinese president? We can't find him. He done left. He done walked out. We don't know where that man at. We think the man might have been arrested. We don't know where yet. You know,
oh wow. I didn't know that.
we got food shortages. We got too high gas prices still. Inflation's running amok. The stock market and gone way down below 30,000. It ain't been there for years now. We got a whole lot of stuff going on.
We got Mississippi with the water crisis they're having in Jackson, Mississippi. We've got Florida that's just about to hit with a Category 3 hurricane. Yes. We've got other stuff that this spirit is distracting us from what we need to be focusing and praying against, because it's got our focus all wrapped up in this.
And we cannot unify enough within our own community to come together as a community to take care of ourselves, because we're too busy fussing and fighting amongst each other. And we're too busy with this, that, and the fourth and the fifth.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we got to start somewhere. That's right, Shiny Smoke and Mirrors. We got to start somewhere. And I have just had it whenever I'm running around on the YouTube streets every now and again. All I see, I see these women caping or men saying, well, she shouldn't have gone up and said nothing. I'm blah, blah, blah. See, she lied. You can't believe nothing. I know what I do believe. That man put his hand on that woman's neck. I don't care what video angle you go from. That man put his hand on that woman's neck.
Get your eyes out the way.
He did. He was absolutely wrong. And, there's going to be opinions saying she shouldn't have said anything. She shouldn't have been there. And yes, all those scenarios can come into play. They all can come into play. Did he have a right to put his hands on her? No, he did not. But again, I think it was needed, because now people are going to see a side of him that needed to be exposed. Unfortunately, Tarsha happened to be the sheep in the midst of that thing where she had to take that blunt for it. But there's a whole bunch of scenarios. Now, who knows? If it wasn't Tarsha, who would it have been? Because eventually somebody was going to be that person that he put his hands on.
I agree.
I think it was eventually going to come out.
I agree with you. But my concern was that we're again, that's why I wanted to redirect this conversation, Because now the conversation is the salacious allegations that were already adjudicated in court against Larry Reed.
Yeah, that was all that. Listen, that's the pettiness of them. You can't play with petty demons. You can't play with them. But that was he had nothing new on Larry. He could not find anything on Larry. So what are you going to do? He's going to dig up something from the past. That's the pettiness of it. But that also speaks volumes to Larry in a positive light, because that was Larry's past and not his present. And people need to realize that if that was his real past, I don't know if it was his real past. I still see it as something I don't know about. But I'm speaking of, if he had something on Larry, why didn't he bring something that was current?
Because there is nothing current. A, B, and the person he brought it with, she's out for blood now.
Right.
So we have to, consider the source. Like, sources. Like, okay, here's somebody that, has been convicted of identity theft to the tune of $2 million and done time. And then almost got himself hemmed up in something else in 2016. That the New York City DOJ, I believe, had to tell him, hey, listen, you're going to cool out because you're not really working with us. And there's already other things happening. So he's trying to divert all of this, right? Whatever. You can't believe what he's saying. And you have somebody else that's gotten a $3.3 million judgment against him for defamation. But these are the people that we're going to believe. And then there's so many other YouTubers putting it all out there. And yet now we're not talking about her. Now we're not talking about the fact that this man did this, and if he was that comfortable and his entire church just sat there and let it happen, nobody stopped him, nobody came in between him and her, nobody kind of corralled her out of there, was like, okay, sis, listen, I don't want you to get it. Nobody did none of that. They that comfortable? What kind of culture?
They're examples. You saw in the back the lady in the black that sat in front of Akila's.
Yes, she stood right in front of Keela. Yes, she did, so that she could obstruct our view. I want to put this out here from the Southern Astrologer. The message that is being taught at that small church is actually no longer being contained in that small church. It is out in the ether now and asking us to give thought to who we follow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. The tarot guy says, let me read this because he said he can't get it up in here. But this woman deserted this woman deserted mentally sickens me. These men want a pass for acting a fool. They want us to use and abuse and have others take the accountability of their actions, like an addict that blames their addiction for their inability to control themselves.
Right on.
That is spot on, tarot guy.
Right on, tarot guy.
That is spot on.
I just find it odd that there's a lot of pointing finger and rewarding bad behavior out here. It's a lot more rewarding bad behavior than rewarding people who is actually doing positive things. I hear constantly over and over again, I want to watch some content that's a little bit more uplifting and inspiring, and why we keep tearing each other apart and yada yada yada. But y'all are not finding that. Y'all don't want to fight it. Y'all don't want to find it because people are more drawn to the negativity than the positivity. And once you're being sucked into that negativity realm, it's kind of hard to get up out of there, because I'm going to admit myself, since this thing has unraveled, I have not been going full throttle full throttle through and through following the thing, because that's just too much energy for me to absorb. I mean, I was like, I seen like majority of the YouTubers talking about it, and I'm like, okay, I gotta watch The Bodyguard at this point. Y'all doing too much. I gotta take a break.
Yeah,
I'm gonna come back whenever y'all talking about something else. But I think this, again, with this age of Aquarius and how, Saturn is based on the establishment, and the Aquarius is all about that rebellion and being independent. It's time to be independent in your spirituality, in your beliefs when it comes to you and source, because without the church, who are you going to lean on when you need some healing, when you need some guidance, when you need some understanding of why things happen the way they are? And sometimes when you're so full of holding the pastorals to higher regards on the pedestal, you begin to lose your individuality when it comes to you and source, you and God, you and spirit, whoever you preach and whoever you worship. And I just believe that now is a time that more than ever, if you do not see what has been shown to you now that the veil has been lifted, now that the people are showing your hand, are you going to continue to follow it?
Mm-hmm.
Are you
Mm-hmm.
going to continue to follow it? Or are you going to step out and know the source, know God, know spirit for yourself? That way you can have the full understanding of the life that you need to be on, so you be the better person that you can be. Or you just going to keep soaking in the negativity of what the person is trying to relay the information? Why are you going to skip church service, preparing a church sermon to go on Instagram again to release more information about a person? You're deflecting on what you're supposed to be doing. You're not understanding the assignment. You're deflecting and you're going the whole other direction of where you supposed to been on.
Right.
And it's getting ridiculous. And it's just, I mean, I seen other comments like, this is embarrassment to the Black church and the community. But at the same time, it's just like, do we really have a community at the end of the day? Because it's the same repetitive talk over and over and again. Crabs in the barrel, this and that. Hello?
We're so ready to tear each other down. And we're so
Exactly.
ready, like, to your point, as much as there are people that some of the same people in this one breath that will say that they really want positive and this, that, and the other, all they're only here for the mess.
Mm-hmm.
They're only here for the mess. There's a reason why, the messy, right, and the gossip gets thousands and thousands of people in the chat, and those channels, like, excuse me, grow like wildfire. Not that they don't work. I'm not trying to say that, but I'm just saying, like, we're here for the mess. And I just have had to resign myself to the fact that there's going to be a huge group that's going to be there for the mess, but there's more that are just tired, and we're ready to actually create an actual community. And I think the first thing that we have to get past is this Christianity spirituality divide. That's a big divide we have to get past. And that in understanding there are other paths to knowing God, if you will, or knowing your creator. If we could get past that, then I think we can get past just about anything. Shiny's also saying, do Bishop and Parole go together? I will say that. Nah, that's good, Petty. I like that. I mean, and tarot guys, all praise Bishop Parole. I'm cool. I'm cool. Like, that's funny. I would not mind the fact that the man has done time. If he's really turned his life around, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But when you come out being Joanna the scammer, I got a problem with that.
Right. He has not shown any change. He has not shown any change.
No. And there's been more problems. There's been more scams or potential scams, alleged scams. And I believe from what we're hearing that there is a woman that is seeking restitution of some sorts, or there's an investigation that's open right now, and where he took like $90,000 or something in some sort of investment from her. So there's problems in paradise there. Like, what I'm not understanding is you had $1 million reportedly around your neck, but you still in an event space.
But not only that, he also offered, I believe, Larry Reed $1 million to get in a boxing ring with him.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
if you have that kind of money, and again, it's the fraudness of it. I just don't think, he has that. But if he does, you think about it. Why are you where you are? Also, I wanted to point out the lady that stood in front of Keela when she was filming, the lady in the black. If y'all noticed, her behavior was the same as his. She hit Keela's phone out of her hand, or she hit her hand and the phone's dropped. Are anybody talking about that part? She physically assaulted Keela as well. So the same spirit that was up there on that pulpit in him was in the same lady that's in his congregation. This is why people have to be careful with who they follow. Those spirits will attach. If you're not greater, those spirits are going to attach. So the people that's there, a lot of people out here in these comments and social media saying they want to get the people out there, want to have the people not go to the church. Y'all have to understand, like my husband told me this, he says, honey, why are they fighting to have people leave? Those people are probably there because they have his same spirit.
Yeah, by now.
And I had to think about
Why would
that.
you stay there if you didn't? I could not sit up underneath that. And no, Southern Astrology did not talk about Nicolations. I was waiting for CEF. I don't know. She must have had her internet must have been acting up, because that's we throw a couple of G's in there. That's what she does for the book of the Bible, the word that man probably preaching out of, because it ain't the King James or the NASB or none of that. That is Hood Life, the Hood Life Chronicles, and shout out to Hood Life Chronicles, the YouTube channel. But that's definitely what that is. That ain't nothing. Oh, here we go. The fake bishop understands full the assignment. He is growing his platform to obtain exposure, money, and fame.
Yep.
Right.
In the words of Kanye, no other man should have all that power.
Now that's a true story.
That's true. It's true. No other man should have all that power, because once that power hit, woo, the ego.
I have to say this, Heart of Inspiration. I had started following the bishop's channel when the robbery took place, because I wanted to get the story on it, the information on it.
Right.
And when this event happened, I actually had to unfollow, because I said, I'm giving him the power that he wants. So I said, the story is not that important. Let me unfollow and I'll just get the story from somewhere else, because what he wants are the followers. He knows the game.
Yeah.
And the people that are out there, a lot of people are still following him, even though they have nasty things to say about him. So what y'all have to understand, certain people don't care if you have a nasty comment or a negative comment or a dislike. As long as they get that algorithm on their page, they happy.
Yep.
Y'all are giving them just what they want. If you want to hurt somebody like this, you're going to go ahead and unfollow, disengage on their platform. Go to somebody else's platform if you want to hear the information. You know, like your page, sign up with Heart of Inspiration, get the story from there, but don't give the story to the one that's the real issue. Take that power back from him and, unsubscribe.
And I would rather that's why I go directly to other YouTubers, or I'll go to Instagram or something. I'm not giving you my watch hours. I'm not giving you my view. If somebody else has screen recorded it and put it up, I'd rather give it to them.
Right.
I'm not gonna pay into anything else with you. I'm just not doing it. Adrienne is from New York. I can honestly say that as a New Yorker, over the last 20 years, I've noticed there are 3 jobs ex-drug dealers and hustlers do here.
Yes, child.
Yeah.
I'm back, baby. My yes, and listen. That's what they are. Let's add swindlers and fakers and pretenders. It's a long thesaurus. Okay. And I want to ask you, what you mean about the book of where I get my sayings? What did I say?
The book of Nicolations. Stop
Oh,
playing with me.
yes, that's right. Oh, I don't mind saying it. Yes, it's the book of Nicolations, chapter 388. Thou shalt
Oh,
scammeth everyone.
not the chapter 388. All right now.
Listen here. You know what? I'm gonna tell you something, ladies. I am grateful and thankful to at least be what Hart was saying earlier. It really, we're doing it. We're a community now.
Amen.
We have connected with each other in different ways. This is why we continue to deal with one another. And that's what all it takes. That's all it takes. Because you can't keep waiting. Because nobody wants to hold this man accountable. He want to talk about folks, pull up your dirt, pull out your skeletons. He ain't playing fair. So you already know where his soul is. He just up there in them tiny suits, having his Napoleon complex movement all by himself. And men like that, they take it out on their wives, their children, the congregation. I'm not going to church with somebody yelling at me all day long. You better go on with that. We ain't doing that. It doesn't make any sense. Now you just got robbed, but now you choking women. Come on, bro. That ain't the life. That ain't what happened. I don't remember reading that in the Bible. Thou shalt choketh someone who say something against me. You know what? I'm just telling y'all. Because
I thought it said don't lay hands on no man suddenly. Well, that was a sudden laying on of hands. Touch not mine anointed. That was, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to, I didn't see the assault and battery in there nowhere, but maybe I missed it.
But I do have a theory, if you guys don't mind. My sister and I were talking, and I told her, I said, you know, the question was asked earlier, why do we condone this? Why have we allowed it to go on for so long? All right, we got to reach back into the other Bible.
Oh, Nicolations?
No, this ain't. I'm gonna add it.
Oh, okay.
I got another verse for that, but this the good book. This out the book. Okay.
You tell me what we switching up.
Yeah, I switch on you in a minute. My bad. It's the good book. Because spare the rod, spoil the child, right? Well, we already know that the 13 colonies that landed here wasn't about that. Yeah. Even though they said they was running away from religious oppression, right? So to Hart's point earlier, yes, it does. It does start with slavery as far as here in the United States. However, we also have to be honest that chaos, violence, and dominance is a part of our makeups as human beings and the earth itself. Because when a lion is hungry, he's going to go get that gazelle. He ain't asking nobody. Nothing about that. Now, us being the only species on this planet that have to pay for something that's free, we the same people that took that verse from the Bible and used that as a key to tell you are the man, it's God, it's man, it's woman, it's child. You have the right to put your hands on your woman, on your children, if they are not obedient to you. And for me, I saw a man who had no other words, nothing but violence. And I'm a very strong, let me be nice. I believe that all of these things are happening at this moment because those of us who will open our eyes and realize that we have to protect ourselves, as you had said earlier, Miss Oracle. It is the truth. Because there is no one protecting Black women but Black women. We've been doing it already. I didn't see no man jump up and stop him from putting his hands on her. I didn't see one man or woman stop what they saw. But we teach our children not to do it. But then when they become adults, you got the right to put your hands on somebody. room.
Can I say something too to that end? And I know this might feel it's like diverting a little bit, but I want us to be kind of realistic about, oh God, don't y'all hate me. Please don't hate me. I need for us to be realistic about how the religion a lot of us follow has been presented to us. And I'm going to tell you, say it like this way. I've had conversations with people in regard to what's going on in the world, you know what I'm saying, and this, that, and the other. And they'll say, I've had some people that are supposed to be very, I'm going to say supposed to be, they are very devout Christians. Say, well, I understand now why in the Bible God said that when you go and you invade a place, that you are supposed to kill every man, woman, and child in some cases.
Say what?
That's in the listen. That's in the Old Testament. Y'all look in the Old
Let me
Testament.
go get. I gotta go. That's grandma's book. I don't even know.
That's not it. I mean, and
Grandma's book.
I'm
that's
reading
not
the
even
hotel
it.
version. I don't even.
No, that's the real version. Now I could pull the family Bible from upstairs and show it to you.
No, that's okay. I'm sad.
You
Nah, it's
you
okay.
gonna
I'm gonna let you just. I ride
okay.
with you. You know I do. I feel like I'd cry if I read that. I don't even want to do this.
So there's violence all through this book that's supposed to be this book of love, and is supposed to be revealing to us a God of love.
Come on now.
And it's supposed to be giving us a pathway to have a relationship with the God of love and peace, where we find wholeness, right? And joy and everlasting life. And yet, throughout the entirety of this book, if I'm to be honest, and if I were to just look at it from the outside looking in, it makes this God of this Bible petty, jealous. And in fact, there's verses in the Bible where he says, I am a jealous God.
And I'm amazed by that. I'm so sorry. I'm amazed because how can you say I'm in your creation? I am a part of this earth, but yet it is okay to hurt or attack or abuse someone and go, you deserve it. Because you
don't believe like I do, because you don't do the same sacrifice that I do. Because
and that's all I've seen.
You know what I'm saying? So it's in moments like this that then I have to say, can we take a look at, and Shiny said it right here.
I'm with you, girl.
Who said that? Who said that's God's word?
Exactly, because it's supposed to be parables. These are supposed to be views from the interactions of that life at that time and the beginnings of it all. However, we see how people have taken that same book and used it, where you got some that have used it for good, and then you got the other that's using it for chaos. Even now, right now, we see it's in our government. I'm going to leave it right there.
Right. So I'm just bringing this back to this because I think part of the reason that we are not safe especially inside a church, inside of this church structure. I mean, I remember conversations I had with my grandmother when she was alive. Matter of fact, both of my grandmothers on either side, maternal and paternal. My maternal grandmother, she was white. She was primarily English, some Irish, a little bit French. And my maternal grandfather, we believe was indigenous, because and his mother actually had an affair with somebody off the reservation. That's the whole story. The women in my family really, we ain't necessarily always lived exactly right. Anyway,
I understand. Don't feel bad. My whole family, all the women of them, criminals. Let me just say that.
But
nice
anyway,
building. I'm just playing. Okay.
But anyway, so those two got together in the 50s when you did not have interracial relationships. That did not happen. So she's pretty much kicked out of her family. She was the only child too. And then they start going to Church of God in Christ. Right? That's where he grew up in. That's where they were going. And he was horribly abusive to her. She'd come to church with black eyes and so on and so forth. And the women of the church would say to her, ask her what she did, and tell her she just needs to be a better wife. Maybe she needs to be sure that there's food on the table or whatever the case may be. Just try to keep him happy, because that was her job.
Yeah, because they get that submissive verse all misconstrued to their perception. It's a lot of that abuse that goes on in the church, Heart of Inspiration, and it's sad. It does. It goes on. I come from that lineage also, where my father abused my mother. My father abused us as kids, and my first husband, physically abused me. And then when I got married, I got, divorced him and got married to my second husband. I threatened him and told him, you would never physically abuse me because I would take your life. But then I forgot to mention, don't mentally abuse me either. So then that came into play. The mental abuse started taking into place. And so I divorced him. And then, I got married to my husband I'm married to now. 3 times, been married, yes. But this one, I had a long conversation with him and I went over the whole list. No mental, no physical, no other stuff, no any type of forms of abuse. You have the whole conversation. But going back to what he said, there's a lot of that goes on in the church, and some of the women feel like they have to accept and take that abuse, and they think it's biblically scripture that they have to do that. But there were a lot of women that rose up in the Bible also and fought. And so we have to also teach the people in, those parts also. But it's too much abuse that's going on off the streets, but especially when it's in the churches, it's horrible. There's a lot of first ladies, a lot of pastors' wives that go through this. There's a lot of it.
And a lot of just regular parishioners. My grandmother, and then my grandmother on my father's side, my paternal grandmother, left my biological grandfather down in Arkansas, child. She had 4 kids when she left him. And she was a CNA, I think she was. She hadn't even become an LPN yet. She left Arkansas, came all the way up to Chicago with her 4 kids because she said this man was not going to put her hands on her and his hands on her. And she was not going to listen to none of them pastors talking that crazy mess. You didn't divorce you definitely didn't divorce your husband and move all the way across and take your kids all the way across. You did not do that. But let me tell you something. Miss Betty Carey sure did.
Your grandmother's name was Betty.
Yeah, my grandma Betty.
My grandma's name was Betty. Betty Jean Smith. Come on now.
So and so now to LaShane's point. Yes, I understand the Bible says slaves obey your master.
But
you should not read the word without discernment. And I'm not saying that I'm not discerning. I'm simply putting it out here saying perhaps the version that we have come to depend on is so grossly changed,
distorted.
Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. So grossly distorted that while there is some, of course, there are kernels of truth, because I would not have found what I have found to this day if I had not had the Bible teaching that I had before. I'm not going to front.
I was afraid.
But I think that the distortion that we would take is so grossly distorted that we have failed to see where it's very creation or recreation. I mean, there were versions, if you will, of the Bible long before King James.
Absolutely.
Come on now.
Long before.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
And other religions.
Absolutely. So I'm just saying, like, I gotta, because this here has never sat well with me, because the God I serve, the creator spirit that I serve, Mother, Father, God, and have always served, has always been one of love. Now, do I say that love means that you just get to do whatever? No, but has always been one of love, of order, of joy, of peace, nothing missing, nothing broken. Wasn't, I'm going to go dead upside your head every time you mess up, and you better hope I don't strike you down. with a bolt of lightning. You know what I'm saying? Like that wasn't
hit your hands with rulers, or do the disciplinary. Yeah, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I told you that. Because it makes no sense. It makes no sense. And then our women are not being protected. I'm so tired of seeing every day another young woman, another older woman. It doesn't matter. I belong to 2 of these channels. These young ladies put these little stories together and just discuss so that we're aware of what's happening.
Right.
What I get angry about is the apathetic way that these brothers behind these microphones decide to wake up and open their mouth and say these things when we don't discuss mental health. We don't discuss, you ain't trying to make Pookie and Ray Ray better men because you don't want no competition. So you'd rather pretend like you a good man because you might not put your hand on someone, but you'll stand by and you'll watch.
Yes. It's ridiculous.
And that's where we are now. It is a unfortunate thing that now it has come to the conclusion that if us as women, especially women of color, if we don't come together, it don't have to be a whole lot of us. There's just, it's too much. It's enough.
I agree.
I'm tired. And we tell women, oh, you got to get out the relationship. You got to leave. Some women do, like your grandmother. She had the gumption to go. In times, how many places you gonna go? We don't have anything to help any young woman, older woman, anybody from being abused.
No, I don't know what, I think my maternal grandma Kathy, she finally did get divorced from him, but it wasn't until after he had put such horrible abuse on, like, my eldest aunt, the oldest of the children, the oldest of the 5. She could never have children because of the abuse she suffered at the hands of her older brother. He broke a chair across her belly.
I call it the color purple complex. This is what these women are. That's what they make me think of.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yes, go ahead.
Also, whenever you leave home, there was that famous quote, you leave home, don't come back.
Child, you better tell somebody.
Which also brings the scarcity and the instability that leaves a very scarred mark in people's mind when a parent figure tells their child, you leave, don't come back. Because
that's right.
The child is gonna keep remembering that each time they fall, they're gonna keep remembering that. And they're like, oh, I can't go back because 1, I'm gonna be embarrassed. 2, is proving my parents a point. And 3, I'm not gonna let them, the ego comes in the way. I'm not gonna let them
Can I share this with you ladies?
Sure.
My mother was 19 when she met my father. He was almost 30. My grandmother told my mom, he's never going to marry you.
Wow.
And my mother, being who she was, they went down to the courthouse and got married. She came back and showed her the certificate.
Oh.
Yeah, baby. I come from messy, honey. I had y'all ears burning about what my lineage has done.
Yeah.
So now my grandmother married my grandfather at the age of 15. He was 21.
Yeah.
She wanted to get out of where she was from.
Yep.
Because she was being abused.
Yep.
And see, this is that conversation that the reason
in 20th century, that women, especially Black women, I'm speaking to my sisters, and if any other sister in here went through it, I understand. Community was the church. That's why we don't have a community now, because people started leaving that community. Church was everything. This is how we met our husbands. This is where we got married, baptisms, on and on and on. This is where we did the potluck, somebody's sister so-and-so's house. This is what we did.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's turned into that money game. And I'm going to tell you something, and doesn't go for all men, and it ain't for you. Don't worry about it. But dangling that carrot in front of our men of power. That's the only place a Black man got power, is behind the pulpit. Because when you stop and think about it, and I say this all the time, how many titans of industry has taken hold and tried to assist the community in doing anything better? Nobody. We got billionaires, millionaires. Good. I'm happy for you. But there's still homeless people. I'm a heavy Tupac fan. And I remember when they interviewed him and he said, how is it y'all can pay me all this money, but then I go outside and you don't want to do nothing for a man laying in the street?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yes, I am Southern astrologer. Yes, baby, that's my new name. Gangster Farmer, I'm changing it. But I'm just saying, it is an incumbent upon us that we know, to your point, we are not protected. We have those men, and I put my hand up to the men that have a good soul and are good human beings, but it's not enough of y'all to combat what we have allowed to go on. And when I say we, I'm talking about my ancestors. My father put his hands on my mama. My grandfather put his hands on my grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
My aunts were in abusive relationships. Ooh, and even myself.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a relationship where he thought we was going to do that. He thought we was going to have fun and he was going to get to do that because he tried to push me down the stairs.
Oh my God.
Now, I was in my 20s, early 20s. And to keep it brief, I went downstairs and I sat there and I thought and contemplated because he pushed me so hard, my teeth clicked.
Mm.
And because I was holding on to the banister, because if I hadn't have, I'd have went down those stairs.
Right.
This man was 6'4".
Ooh.
Over 200 and something pounds.
Mm.
And I told him, I said, if you ever put your hands on me like you gonna make me do something because you don't like what I say or you don't like what I do, and this is what you feel you need to do, you better call your mama. You better call your mama. Tell her what dress to pick out. Because you ain't gonna see her again. I refuse. Mm-hmm. You're not gonna do that. But everybody don't have that resolve. And I know that as well. And it is time. The veil has been pulled back. I don't know what else anybody else need to see. It was meant for her to go to that church to show who that man really was.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that. And so in that regard, then she carried out the assignment she was supposed to. This is the other thing. I mean, I'm going to put this back up again. That Adrienne said she's had someone recently tell her that it came out that her husband was caught in inappropriate behavior with young people, including their own child. And their church supported him when she went to them for support. We don't, in the community, in the church, in the community as large, we do not want to talk about these things. We want to shove it under the rug. Women and children are not protected, appreciated, valued by and large. And yet we make up the 70 to 80 to maybe even 90% of attendance. If it's not for the women bringing the children to church and not for the women saying to their husbands, oh, let's go to church. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody going. Ain't nobody going. And yet, we can't get no help. We can't get now. Not a lick or a Louie.
What you mean we don't need help? We masculine.
Oh, that's right. My bad. I forgot.
We masculine. That's also in the book of Galatians.
Oh, is that it?
Chapter 20.
That chapter 2020.
Thou shalt saith that black women is too masculine. They need to be submissive. So say it, Galatians 2020.
Oh, I can't.
I'm here for it. I'm gonna tell you.
So Tara, that whole thing about waiting till you're 30, I'm surprised because I thought they used to have us telling the kids that you need to hurry up and get married because it's better to marry than to burn. Didn't even matter if you was marrying the right person. Just don't give it up before marriage.
Honey.
Right.
Don't be fast. I was fast. I'm just gonna say I was in charge. It didn't matter to me, boy. I was like, listen, the creator made this too, friends. I'm just saying.
Right. And actually marriage licenses and all that stuff is a construct of man in order to get money. So
come on.
I mean, that's just right. Real. That's just
come
real.
On.
Your marriage license is actually a bond that gets traded on, but you didn't hear me say that. I
heard you. I got to say.
And your divorce decree the same way. As well as your birth and your death certificate. What other things are certificates? Right? Bonds are certificates. Securities are certificates. Y'all better pay attention.
We watching you.
Tarot guy, listen. Your past is the past. Everything that we have ever gone through, none of us are perfect. Baby, I've done a whole lot of stuff that'll leave a stained cup, a stained glass, and other stains elsewhere, but that's not the point. The point is how you living now. That's the point.
Right. If you get a chance, you got a chance today, you got a choice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You always got a choice every second.
This abuse in our community is a direct result of the abuse of our ancestors absolutely suffered at the hands of their slave owners. Absolutely. 150%. 150%. More importantly, 87% of women are those who tied. Thank you. I knew somebody had the stats.
Especially single women.
Right.
Single mother.
Because you in there praying for a husband. Child, you better pray for a business idea. About your business. They don't make husbands no more.
Not just the church. It's programming. Absolutely, it's programming. Oh, sweetness, did you miss? I think the what was because we were talking about the book of Galatians. You had to be here earlier. It's all right. It's okay.
I'll catch you up, girl. Email me. I'll catch you up.
That's one of those lost books of the Apocrypha. That's what that is.
Right.
I think so.
That's one of the scrolls. They didn't let y'all read that.
The forbidden scroll.
Right. I got a plug. I got the plug.
That's a Mississippi River scroll. It's a Mississippi River scroll.
Oh, I ain't going to Mississippi. I didn't get that from Mississippi.
I said Mississippi River, the river.
The river.
Wade in the water.
No, I don't want to do that.
That came from the Mississippi River.
You know what? I'm gonna tell y'all something I heard this week. I gotta tell y'all. Oh my gosh! So I was on somebody's panel. Heart.
Oh yes, sweetness. Go ahead, baby.
Have you ever heard of Tahaka? Have you ever seen his stuff on here?
Who?
His name is Tahaka, right?
No, baby.
So I know, right? I be all in these.
You went deep into the sector.
I'll be out here I'm for the streets, y'all know.
You be out on these streets.
Yeah, she be in the sector.
And the reason,
Okay, now what you got to say? Now what was this man saying?
so he invited me on his panel, right? Here's a group of black men, older black men. Maybe I would say the youngest was probably in their mid-30s, maybe.
Okay.
So I'm listening to him, and so he goes, so what do we need to do now? What's the plan now? These brothers up here talking about, well, we need to analyze. Wait a minute, hold on. What? Analyze what? Analyze what? So
What they analyzing, sister? What was they analyzing?
if men should follow women.
So were they against it or were they for it? Which one was it?
They against that. I was told I'm not following no woman.
Oh.
Hey, Gemini.
And I said, that's the problem. There's enough room for us to stand side by side. Why do we have to follow one another?
Child, why are you going to say that?
I said, okay, so you want to blame the woman, the modern woman? We doing so much. We out here twerking in the streets because that's how y'all act. Y'all act like you go outside and the work ladies at the state twerking with some booty shorts on. Stop. And so I finished with, then if you don't want to follow me or follow any woman, why are you still comfortable following your counterpart? Because if you are against following me just because I am biologically a woman, or that on my outer side I identify as a woman, however, you can rest comfortably, and I'm saying this, in your femininity when it comes to our persuasion counterparts. They got health for each other. They got programs to help each other. Silence. And that's why I said, I'm not offended, because if that's the only place that your mind can go, then you're wasting your gifts.
Yes.
Because if all you worried about is whether or not I can't help the fact that I came into this world. Nobody asked to come in. There's no sign up. We come here and we learn, bump our heads. It's this and that. But what you guys are doing now, you are perpetrating a fraud, as they would say.
Well, absolutely.
Because on one end, you don't want to pick up nothing. You don't want to build nothing. You don't want to put your money nowhere. But you want to tell me that I need to put on a dress, go in the kitchen, have your babies, cook you some salmon patties.
Not too much on them salmon patties now.
Now I got to put the salmon patties out.
Not that salmon.
Not too much on the salmon patties. That's
and the outside juice, and you want me to sing to you, and you want me to
Did you tell them all that? You actually told them all that?
Oh, she did.
You told them. You told a full panel of men this. You told them that. Oh my
goodness. Ma'am.
Oh,
and then went back again.
Oh goodness! And went
then
back.
He invited me back.
He invited you back. Oh boy.
Yes, ma'am. And he says to me, well, we gotta get together. I said, I don't understand how much getting together you can do.
Oh.
I said, y'all want to keep talking about what ain't real on the YouTube. First of all, behind every avatar is a human being. Stop. Y'all don't want to do anything. Y'all don't want to fight. You know what war is? War is you might lose some people. We losing women every day, but y'all don't talk about that. You telling me I should have chose better, but you won't say he should be doing better.
Right.
You don't hold each other accountable. And if I do, then I'm masculine. Well, baby, call me Sean. Okay?
Oh.
Well.
That's that ego and that pride in the way.
And
I know what's in the way. Too. Look, Gemini, I know what's in the way. It ain't the pride and the ego. I'm just telling you.
Well,
They don't think with that thought process.
Well, listen
Yeah.
now. So what can we do?
Right.
I like Tarot Guy here. Start hashtag stop the abuse and excuse. I like that hashtag.
Yes,
Nice.
Carol.
Yeah,
That's a
that is
hashtag,
bomb.
Tarot Guy. That's a
Yes.
hashtag.
That's
I'm gonna
Yes.
drop this link too. I don't know if anybody else wants to come up because we're gonna be getting ready to wrap this up here because we've been on for a little while. I'm not prepared to do a whole conscious TV situation. I'm not prepared.
How long was Conscious on today? I had to log off. How long was he on?
I don't know, girl. I had to go eat my food. I can't tell you.
I had to pay my husband some attention. I had to break for a moment.
That's right, child. Listen,
That's right.
listen. That's why y'all didn't see me all this weekend because I was.
He
gone
came
this
over. He
weekend.
came over.
My man
Okay,
came
hard
over for the whole
inspiration.
weekend. My
That's what I'm
babies
saying.
my babies was gone. Conscious was on for 4 hours earlier today.
Dr.
That's a whole revival.
Man.
Come on, Melinda. We about to put a group together.
Listen, I'm not listen. So my YouTube time was drastically reduced. Okay, so I wasn't able to be out here on these streets like that, commenting and all that. So that's why I'm here now.
Well, we had Jobs this morning. Jobs came on and did an early morning serving this morning. Jobs was on early.
Was he? I don't usually watch all that. I don't usually watch all that. We had our graduation earlier today, and that was really I had jumped on for the new moon to do the tarot reads yesterday. And that's just because I was like, okay, babe, I gotta do this. Cause it's the new moon tomorrow. He was like, the new moon? You be all right, come on here. So he went on and did something and came back, But what are we going to do? I just dropped the link again. And I want to just sweeten this. Yes, I did drop that little bit of information that all certificates are really certificates of bond. So if you think about it, when you get married, y'all, and you get a marriage license with the marriage certificate, right?
Yes.
That certificate then has a number on it.
All right.
And that certificate actually creates another corporation that your state gets to tell you under what situations and under what rules and regulations you get to dissolve that corporation. There was no such thing like that back in the day. It was truly spiritual union between man and woman. The man had to have a certain, he had to be able to provide for the woman and whatnot, so on and so forth. Or it was, politically motivated or whatever. 2 houses, 2 villages.
Wait a minute,
2
I'm sorry.
tribes being united.
Did you say they had to have something?
Yes, they did.
When you got married,
a house.
You mean they had to bring more than?
Yes.
But I'm supposed to be submissive, right? Okay.
Right. Now, yeah. Now, but on the other side, the woman's parents did have to have a certain, like this, where the dowry comes from, right? There was a certain amount of things that she brought along with her, but it wasn't so much as paying. It was also like so that she could set up her household. This is where we get this concept of housewarming, right? We bring things so that the woman can set up her household. But he had to have a certain amount of whatnot. Now, also, though, back in the day, even though y'all was married or committed or whatnot, the whole village of women and that woman's male family members helped to raise the children. The whole village helped. I know, baby. I'm sorry. I'm getting off in a minute. The whole village helped. The women were revered and honored. Motherhood was revered and honored. The women, even that couldn't bear children, they were revered and honored because they were still supplying their spiritual and their just natural wisdom was honored. Do you understand what I'm saying? And we took care of things.
That's right.
And we taught and we grew the food that was grown, the plants, or we knew what plants to go get. We knew how to take care of it, the medicine, all of these things. And we were not fighting amongst each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fighting for a
No, you can't
man
have that. You can't have
or
that.
fighting for, we weren't pick-me's. Yeah,
Child,
I said it.
Mm.
Um,
Preach.
come on.
we weren't a bunch of pick-me's.
You gotta let me know in advance. I got to get my keyboard out so I can do the sounds, so we
And
can
I
get these
feel that
sounds in here.
that's where we have to get back to, is this place of true sisterhood.
But we're
Mhm.
gonna have to. We're gonna have to. And I know it sounds extreme. And I didn't think about it, but like I told you earlier, before I had a young woman approach me and say,
Mhm.
I would rather live in a community where there was all women. I am afraid. And that
Mm.
hurt me. That hurt me deep because I know growing up in the 90s, it was very dangerous for us as women, which it has always been when you really look at history.
Yeah.
However, it is now coming to this very bottom of the barrel vitriol and hatred that is spit out when you listen to these men speak.
Yes.
You know they ain't going.
Yes.
You know
Mhm.
they ain't reading nothing.
No.
Mm-mm.
However, women believe that for you to be a woman, for that all to connect, you need to have a husband, you need to have a child, you need to be in this particular status in your life. And it
Yeah.
draws you, it pushes you to this place because that's what you see.
Yes.
That's what you see. Good night, Juice.
Good
That's
night,
what you see.
Juice.
And that's what it hurts because they don't feel protected. These women, they're not.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the women before us, the ancestors before us who did fight, the women who did stand up to try to give us some modicum of freedom, because
Yes.
freedom ain't free, right? Not here.
No.
And so here we are.
I really want to understand. I don't know if AT2 is still in the house. I know he hates when I put him on the spot like this. But I really want to understand from a male's perspective, and we're not going to jump down your throat, AT2, if you're still in the house and you want to come up. I want to understand from a man's perspective, what can we do? From a black man's perspective, and no offense to any of the other folks in the
Come
house.
on up, AT2.
Come on in the room.
That's why I'm gonna go watch that warrior. That
I was gonna go
Woman
see that
King
this
movie.
Did
weekend.
you
Woman
hear
King.
about it? They're
I am
boycotting
going.
it.
Well, I heard they're trying to,
Why?
but
They're
they're talking
trying to
about because
boycott it.
I'm
who's
going to watch
boycotting
it.
it?
They're trying to boycott it because they're talking about the tribe that was represented in the movie. I'm not giving away no spoilers or nothing. The
Right.
tribe that was given away in it given was not accurate. This was a horrible tribe. They did atrocities, blah, blah, blah. Now, my sister told me, I asked her, I said, what exactly are they upset about? So she's telling me, and I said, as much soap, bleached water movies we done had to watch because to tell your story about your past, how many heroes was made up,
Mm,
you better go sit down somewhere.
mm.
I don't care who the tribe was. It ain't like we can go and get them. You gonna put them in jail now?
Well, and not only that, why is it that we can only have quote unquote authentic movies where we're always in chains, being beat down, being killed, being oppressed, being murdered?
Because that's all we know in this
So
country.
why can't we have something? I don't care. Maybe that tribe did sell off.
Right.
Okay, whatever.
It's
Can
been
we talk
going on
about
for
her?
thousands of years. Slavery's not new.
Right.
Come
Miss
on,
me.
man. Turn
Okay,
it off.
Right.
just
Okay.
just because they said not to go watch it, I'm gonna go watch it.
I'm going to see it. I was gonna go this weekend, but I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Oh, we got okay. So AT2. I don't know if you want to jump up here, but uh Here you go, Gangsta Farmer.
That's my new name. That's my new name.
What can we as women do? Because we want to bridge this gap. We want to bridge this gap. How can we help? And maybe we can't. I don't know. But we want to feel safe again, and we want to bring the sexes back. And maybe this is a larger panel discussion I need to have separately and not tonight when we're 2.5 hours in. Maybe we need to be grabbing a few men that are willing to have the conversation.
I mean, I think that it is.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hit and miss, of course, because again, I've gotten pushback. And I go into these spaces because I want to know, y'all talk so much trash. Then what y'all doing for each other? Nothing. Y'all talk about each other just the way how women talk about each other. There's no difference, sir. Where's the difference? Show me.
I understand. I want to bring together some more forward-thinking minds, so we can have a forward-thinking discussion about where we go from here.
He said he's tearing up that steak right now.
He said I made him hungry.
Okay, baby, you enjoy that steak. You enjoy your steak, child.
When I say mackerel patties, I'm gonna have to make y'all some of them, boy. I can't.
Not the mackerel. She went to the mackerel too.
Right now, I'm feeling that "Lean on Me" song from that movie, "Lean on Me." That's what keeps ringing in my head right now.
The good version, the fast one, where it go into the party part, because I like that one. That version of it.
You don't like the original Bill Withers?
No, that's
come on now. That's where it was based on.
Who knows something about that Club Nouveau? Come on.
That's what's wrong with y'all damn 90s children. I really do want, Tarot Guy, I'm with you on the stop the abuse and excuse. I love that.
Yes. And then next month is domestic you know what month.
Right.
Well.
Is it?
That's very yes.
Wow.
October always been that month.
Okay, so we need to
that's my mama's month right there.
We need to focus in on that.
Yeah, I'm
before we know we're gonna be on at sardines or something. Listen, I can't do the sardines. You lost me right there, Southern Astrologer.
Wait. Southern Astrologer. Yes, I did. Let's get some fried green tomatoes and some lemonade.
Yes, fried green tomatoes.
Honey, I cannot wait. Wow, I can't wait. I love to cook. That's probably one of my favorite therapeutic things to do is to cook for people. I don't invite everybody, but I like entertaining and have people in my home and cooking and eating and laughing, because I think
absolutely
those are the energy that can be created, the love that goes into your food. You can tell a person who don't love to cook and who do.
Absolutely, you sure can.
Because I'm putting my whole foot in my food. I'm gonna tell you right there.
And the shoelaces.
And the foot, the shoulder. It's gonna be all up there.
Right, all in there.
But I'm gonna tell you right now, I ain't cooking for no dummy. Listen, no. You're not gonna get to do things to me and treat me a certain way and tell me I'm not good enough. And that's it. You asked this question earlier, and that's what it is. Black women cape for black men. They are pick-me's for black men because you don't feel good enough.
Yeah.
You're not whole, and you don't even understand that you can feel it yourself.
That's so true.
You are enough. I know I've had to tell myself that.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yes.
Girl, don't
absolutely
get me going. Get out of here.
Adrian says, my experience has been that too many women have had their hearts broken. They don't heal and start going to church, and their pastors become their husband. Ooh,
I'm gonna give you a high five. You got to play at the table, Adrian. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Ooh,
and far too many get taken advantage of financially.
That's right.
Sad.
Remember that pastor? Do y'all remember that pastor that married that lady who had got all that money? This was back in the 80s, and it was a pastor
who married this woman. She was 77 and she had all this money. He took every dime.
I don't remember that.
Older, I'm gonna find the article. I will tell you this, I'm about to start some trouble because I've been doing research, and I'd love for y'all to come on Black men's secret relationship with Republicans. Yeah,
Their secret relationship with who?
the Republicans.
Hopefully it's not that secret.
Oh, but it is. Mhm. I done went down this rabbit hole, and I'm really interesting
Well, you
that
know,
you
the
yell and
black
fight
leaders
for
at first
power.
were all Republicans. We're not gonna go here tonight, are we? Because
I'm
we're not
not.
gonna
I'm
go here
just telling
tonight.
you. What I'm saying is this: not to go there per se. However, what I miss the mindset of this you dominant. I don't want to be compared to another man. I'm not a man. I don't walk that line.
Mhm.
Yet we're supposed to be protected. We are givers of life, and that is tossed aside. We are nature. We are giving. We are loving. We are encompassing. And not to say that men are not. What I'm saying is that we have to stand up for each other. We have to. And watching that woman, coming back to what you were talking about, watching that woman and probably the surprise that she felt, and the fact that I knew what that felt like, that enraged me.
Yeah.
So that's I'll be
She said
good
she'd
now.
never had hands laid on her by a man like that till that day. That no man has ever put his hands on her like that till that day. What, Gemini? You got a whole lot to say. Oh, by the way, on the food tip, Tarot Guy says pineapples and barbecue sauce on pizza together.
I like pineapples on pizza.
That's weird. Why?
I like it. I like variety.
I like Hawaiian
Well,
pizza.
I know what to order when we all link up. All right. You know how somebody.
Sweetness, I'm with you, pro lover. Mine went home. So
Exactly. Here, I left that Uber money on the table, baby. I prepaid for you to get picked up next week. Okay.
Excuse me, miss.
But you could have a very committed relationship and not have to go through all the crazy. At least I feel that way. Anyway, we're off the subject.
I agree.
Protecting women. I wanted us to talk about this. I wanted us to focus back on the fact that this man put his hands on this woman and assaulted her on video.
Yeah, they don't care. He did not care. He did not think twice. You saw his face change. She rustled his spirit. You know how that old saying goes, like if you're a light, the darkness is gonna try to put that out. And I've been watching this man since the whole, he got robbed, the conversations, the back and forth, and I just was looking at him like, you are no different.
No,
than
it's
the
the hood
many
crime.
men.
It's hood life right there. That's
all
hood
day.
life.
And you know what though? I have to say this. I'm from the hood. That ain't hood life. Because if you looking out for, I was looked out for by the big homies down the street. They told me who to stay away from. You know what I mean? We had older men working on that same car down the street. It ain't gonna never run, but he always working on it.
Right. Right.
I done got rides to school and to work from the Mr. This and the Mr. That. I grew up seeing men in the home. However, even though we were poor, even though we were in the hood, we were a community. We looked out for one another.
Right.
That is gone.
Right. What?
Jim and I know what I'm talking about.
She do. She ready for me to get up off here so I go to bed. That's what she ready for. She's like, listen, woman, it's 9:45. What are we doing?
Tapping on that.
Okay, I told him we finna get off.
And she tapping on the paw. Like, you already know.
She's like, my spot is open again, y'all. I'm fixing to go get in there. Anyway, I want us to continue this conversation. Tarot Guide, thank you very much.
Yes.
So we're gonna have to start this stop the abuse and excuse. We need to start that hashtag over on the Twitters, in the Twitterverse. We'll start that hashtag. See if we can't get it trending. I'll start passing it on to other content creators. This cannot. This stop now. She don't know what to do because there's fire going on over there. Hold on, let me put this out so my poor baby don't get freaked out. Poor thing. Are you happy now? I put it out for you, okay, babe? Don't freak out. It's out now.
She's still looking at nah, not yet.
She's like, wait a minute. I don't trust it. But we are gonna have to do better. We're gonna have to do better.
I really do think that it's time to get on the ground and bring the technology and the groundwork together. That way we can reach men and women, whoever, how you identify. This is about humanity. And we have walked away from that. And I know that's what drives me. Every time I look on at the, like, I got all kinds of feeds that come to my phone because I'm nosy. And so when you see how everything connects, because human beings are very predictable, and they do certain things to pivot and make you think, oh no, that ain't it. We're gonna just pretend like that ain't happening. When's the last time the church helped somebody?
Say
besides
that again.
The pastor.
Say that again.
You got a church in the hood. Who you helping? Who testifying saying how you assisted them in some way, help them get a business, help them get a home, help them with their children? Where is that?
In my deacon voice, well,
help you, Jesus.
You know what? And I'm gonna blame this on you, Heart. I'm blaming you in the name of Galatians chapter 5.
Oh my God! Do not.
Listen, if anybody is offended, I do apologize. It is just jokes. However, you read for me, and you pulled out. It was I can't remember the card, but you pulled it out and it said that I was a protector of women and girls. And I thought that was interesting, right? And I asked my sister about that. And I said, what you think about that? And she said, are you stupid? Like, that's you. And then I had to remember, I was always the girl that nobody's boyfriend liked. You know what I mean? I was always calling somebody out on their crazy shenanigans. I've even had to threaten a few. And when you go back and you remember those things, and that lit a fire. And I know that was months ago now. Wow. It's crazy. But it definitely lit a fire and was put into a position where I want to protect children, period. That's my heart. Children don't get choices. They're told what to do.
Right.
And what we are telling them is detrimental.
Yep.
We're not giving them any tools to survive.
Yep.
And so at this point, for me, my goals, the things I want to incorporate, because it is like this. It's scary out here. I don't even want to date. I'm done. I don't want to date no more.
Because I'm afraid I'm gonna catch a case. I'm just gonna tell you the truth.
No, that's all right, baby. I'll just go on and fans you somebody. Don't worry about
You
that.
can make sure he's tall. I don't mind a little gut. I don't mind that either. You know, I like to hold on. You know, I can't. You can't have no elbow, like skinny elbow knees. I don't like that. I got preferences. I got preferences, baby. They done did it. They done
That's a
did it.
Oh
shame.
goodness.
Adrian says, sad to say, he knew he was on camera. Absolutely. He knows we women are the least protected, which is why he's not in jail or at least arrested. It is known, well known, and well documented that shortly after his release, or a little time after his release, he did come into contact with and began to develop a friendship or at least a working relationship with the then Eric Adams, that was the head of, I think it was the police union or something like that, and at the time. So, and he supported now Mayor Adams during his election campaign. So he and the mayor are very good friends. So that's why he said that the police failed him and that they should basically was saying that they had no right to or should not have arrested him. So this is why he wasn't even let out on this no bail, because in New York, much like in areas of California, there's like this kind of basically no bail unless you're like first degree murder, basically, or second.
But that's what I mean, power.
So, but that's for everybody though now.
No, I mean
as far
him.
as the no bond, but yes, he's got power. Eric Adams has power, and so that's why I said earlier, like, because he knows somebody with power, then he just gets away with everything, and so that's why I said shame on New York, shame on the DA of New York City, shame on the police department of New York City, shame on Eric Adams. This is why when I.
It was just the anger in his face in the video because I watched it.
Absolutely, that was hood right there. That was
saw
Negro
him
on the street
in a switch, eyes just shark like. Now you done turned into Jaws.
That was Negro on the street,
honey. No,
that was gangster right there.
It didn't make it any better when it was in slow mo.
Right. Then she showed the scratch. He didn't do, and he sat there in that chair so close to the phone because he's not a big guy. He had to get real close to the screen and tell us that that's not what we saw.
Did he need a booster seat? I just
probably. Did you see that big chair he in? That's the big man chair.
That ain't a chair.
That ain't
because it looked like that was a real big chair.
It's a real big chair. How can you get in a chair and make yourself look smaller?
That looked like a Blue's Clues chair. You know what I'm saying? Remember how Blue's Clues were real oversized?
Remember the chair that, what's her name? Was it Lily Tomlin?
Yes. Yeah, I'm old.
Lily Tomlin be sitting in that big chair. That's how it was. That's what I saw.
Child, I'm a fan now. Holla, 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 holla.
Yes, please.
Holla, 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 holla.
And I know it's so sad because I have known men like this. But see, my father was a pastor. My uncles, my great grandfather was a pastor. So in that world, I've seen all of these different type of men and how they can switch code so quickly. And it always comes down to when you find out or that it is pulled, the veil is pulled off, is that it is, to say it in the most adult way I can, the only two things that they are after is power. Money is included in power. I don't separate that. And the next one is the ability to have access to whomever women are available. Yeah, that's how he was in that chair.
This is Lily Tomlin, y'all, in that great big chair that we talking about. So we just wondering if it's this kind of situation.
Well, he had the camera close, but I'm banking if he'd have rolled back a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what we talking about from laughing. I don't want to, that might be a little old for some of y'all, but
It is, right?
but that's what we talking about. That's what
And
we're
you're
referring
right.
to.
You're right, Heart. It is time. And to what Melinda has said earlier, it's like nobody wants to feel this way. Like, this is exhausting.
Yeah,
I
we're
don't
done.
want to go outside and be afraid, because they don't talk about how they act if they're rejected. They don't talk about how a man will turn on you in a minute over some silliness because they don't have the ability to cope.
Right.
Their actions show that all the time. Those who
Yep.
decide that power over me, power over you, power over your money.
Right.
And this is what all this submission stuff is about, because when you think about it, how much power do Black men have in American society?
And not much. And so this is what they got to do. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna read these chats, and we are getting out of here. Don't forget that she's a darker complected female. So we are looked at as aggressive, not to change the convo, just an observation. That's true as well.
Hands up. Yep, I got you, sweetness.
That's true as well. So that's a whole nother colorist conversation we had to have. And thank you so much, Shabby, for the compliment on my kitty. It makes me wonder if he abuses his wife, if she quote unquote gets out of line. That was also a thought of mine as well, because he was very comfortable putting his hands on a woman, and the church, none of the church folks looked like they was too shocked themselves. So
did not want to get up.
Nobody got up.
Nobody got up.
Nobody got up. In fact, they were applauding. The women were and there's mostly women in there anyway. They were the loudest applauders of this whole situation.
What's wrong with you? That's all I want to ask.
This is giving, Stockholm syndrome. And then I guess after all of this, the wife calls her sisters in to, I guess, jump Keela. I'm like, what extra smoke? What are you doing? Anyway.
Well, just like you said earlier about women on here. Let's just take YouTube, for instance. You see certain things, certain things. And two, I can't remember who said it. I think it was Sweetness or it was Adrian. I'm not sure. But it's the same thing. You go to church, the pastor is a man. And now that's who you fixated on, because you can't find what you need. Again, you don't feel good enough. You don't feel whole. You don't feel at peace. Right. And these men know it.
Right.
And they take them any which way they throwing it at them. They're going to take it.
Yep, they will.
I know. My daddy was one. Sure.
I don't trust pastors without other jobs and designer labels. Child, I don't even know all that is like for real. Cause like
Sweetness,
some of it look like it don't look like real Gucci. It look like Fuji. I don't know. I don't know, but I mean, he got a lot of gold running around his neck, a lot of different design, and some of them prints he got. Listen, I'm not jealous. I'm not saying nothing, because I would not want to wear none of that garbage I see.
Your neck gonna turn green. Remember that? When you would go out.
I don't think that. I think that is real.
Oh no, it's real. He got it's real, because that's where that time money going. That's another chapter. Thou shall haveth with everybody else's money.
The wrong way.
I don't think that the guys can afford. I don't think he got enough people. He ain't got number 10 folks sitting up in there.
That's all you need.
Chairs.
I'm gonna tell you something. It's a like you said before. You get a church. Let's say I become a pastor, right? I decide I'm gonna open a church, even if it's online. Once I get the ability to be tax-free, and once I have that in my pocket, it opens many, many doors and puts a lot of money in your pocket if you do it right. So the hustle is, I'm gonna get money on the back end. These people gonna come in here and give me money on this end, because they're not following the man, following the Bible. thinking if I continue to do this, I will be in favor of my creator.
Right.
But you are blind to the fact that it straight says in the same Bible, I'm paraphrasing, don't idolize nobody. But yet
No.
we do it. We do it
Every
all
day.
day.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, then when we get to, I'm not sure who Mr. Adams is, Adrienne. I'm supposed to be at dinner this week with Mr. Adams. Am I supposed to know who that is? If I am, I'm sorry, babe. You're going to tell me who Mr. Adams is. Wasn't going to go, might change my mind. No, you go to dinner. Whoever that is, go to dinner. I though think, so let's not forget this man also has this quote unquote real estate class. He supposedly invests in real estate and flips. Now, I'm not going to say too much about what Word on the Curb was. I'm just going to say that, then put it like this. It was wondered, it's been speculated that there might still be some sort of, let's just call it street employment still at play here. Because there ain't enough people going to that church. I'm sorry, not even close to enough ties
You didn't see
to
it.
pay for that house he got, to pay for
1.6
not nail
million.
one.
For them essential products.
Girl, listen.
Well, I don't know about the essential products, but I do know that there was some discussion that back in, I want to say 2014, 2015, 2016, somewhere in there, he had a 501c3 that was supposedly getting money and getting donations and said they was working with some organization, law enforcement organization. And then it turned out they wasn't working with that law enforcement organization, allegedly, reportedly. I think the New York Post was talking about this though back in that day. So we don't know. That's why I say we ain't sure where all the money is coming from.
And I do believe, because we have so many sisters who are spiritual and need connection, we need community. Now, if we that is what we need to do, is to continue to broaden that, and start really looking after each other. And if the person's shady, we already know. You got too much energy going on. You would come in here with the you got to go.
Exactly.
I think it's just like women did on this land before anything else. They were a community.
Yeah.
Whether the men went off, whether they stayed, the women held down, and some of them even went to battle. So
Absolutely.
It's like, don't put me, you have decided that me as a woman of color in this country is supposed to be in this box, and I am disturbed that Black men want to hold the hammer and nail it in.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. There are still states that husband can beat their wives with anything smaller than their thumbs. I think that might be true. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, there's plenty of states where same gender male sex is illegal.
I want to know how you know. You gonna bust in and find out?
Well, I don't know how they would know. I mean,
but that's what I'm saying.
You did the witch trials, I suppose. There's still states where it's illegal to be a witch. There's still states where it's illegal to like it's like a felony to cheat on your husband.
What? Where that at?
And you can sue civilly. Matter of fact, that's how Nene was fixing to get caught up, because in North Carolina, wasn't it? South Carolina?
Yes,
here.
They
in North Carolina. Yes, child.
North Carolina don't play. They don't play.
What is it called? It's like what's the name of affection?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Stealing or interfering or something of the affection of another. I don't remember. Anyway, basically, you done stole my man. That's what it was.
Exactly.
And so there's still plenty archaic laws. I would not be surprised.
Did a Kelly Price should have told me.
Girl.
Stop playing.
Look here. I was engaged twice, Melinda. And I said, no, you gonna keep that Walmart ring. I don't want that.
Oh, not the Walmart ring. Walmart today.
Yes, it was.
Alienation of affection. Yeah, that's
it was
alienation of affection.
Thank you,
absolutely.
sweetness. Thank you,
Thank
sweetie.
you.
Thank you,
I'm
honey.
telling you, it's the
Adrian,
truth.
go to dinner with the mayor. I want
Yes,
you to
Yes.
wow.
deliver. I
Rub
want you
the
to
shoulders.
deliver this message to the mayor.
That's it. That's it. That's the
Deliver
only
the
way it's
message
gonna
to the mayor.
work. Go ahead, girl.
You a Libra. You could do that, girl. Rub them
Absolutely.
shoulders.
Yeah. Come
Get them
on,
shoulders
yes.
bouncing, girl.
Put that
Absolutely.
put that
Deliver the
Libra
message
out
to the
there.
mayor.
Put
I'm all
that
for it.
diplomatic Libra energy on there. Get
Mm,
them shoulders bouncing.
I like it. I'm for it. I'm here for it.
Deliver it to him. You're welcome, Tarot Guy. Thank you. We're gonna get it out there on Twitter. I'm gonna start spreading it around.
Tarot guy, we gotta
Um,
get together. You gotta email me. Okay, yes. I'm sorry. That was ghetto. All right.
so absolutely you need to talk to him because he needs to understand how he's looking at here. He might not care. Maybe he don't care. I don't know. But he
Can I
look a
just
real sus out here right now. He this fool basically. You done had him out here and campaigning for you, and you just get in, and crime still horrible, and men can put their hands on women in the church
in a
on
church?
video on his own Facebook Live,
They don't care.
and you and your police department doesn't charge him. Your DA's office doesn't charge him.
It is different,
You
and we
go
know
to the
that.
you
We
go
know
to the
it.
mayor. You go and tell him that.
That's right.
You go and tell now after, of course, you order the most expensive meal on that menu.
And a to-go bag.
You stop it.
What? I'm sorry.
We don't do to go.
Why not? Why not? I did.
That's just
Shoot. I've been to a fancy restaurant, got a to-go bag. I want it more later. What's wrong with
well.
that? It's the mayor shoe. I'll be getting me some
I'd get the most.
Chablis.
I'd get the most expensive meal,
I
and I
need
would
about 3
get the
steaks.
most. Get a nice bottle of wine, a good. I don't know if you're a red wine person, but
I'm
a
an all
nice,
wine person.
a
Oh,
I
you
would
nice.
do
in
the
that?
I'm
full
trying to
course
tell
meal.
Adrian what to do.
Oh,
Do
my
the
bad. I'm sorry.
do the Libra and Taurus Venetian energy. Just get all the desserts,
Yes.
all
Mhm.
the fine wine. You already know, girl. The fine wine, the
That's right.
entree, the appetizer. Go
Melinda,
for it,
that's what I'm
Well, wait a
saying.
minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Time out, y'all. The New York mayor allegedly has to pay his ex-wife
Oh,
$265. Oh
Wait,
Lord.
in
the
the
mayor,
world?
the mayor that's here
Hold
now.
on. We're gonna investigate this.
Ooh, tarot guy. He done
Wow.
Stop
brought the
playing with
mess.
me. Stop playing with me. Eric Adams
What we need to do is
alimony.
start holding hostage our vote. Black women are the largest voting bloc in the country. I'm telling you, craziness. I'll be ordering all kinds of food. I'll be
Why
texting
is
folks.
see this man is talking about housing migrants on cruise ships?
What?
That's because, and I'm gonna tell you something. I'm all for this. If you're not gonna secure the borders, then send it to their sanctuary cities up north. Send them there.
Right. Yeah.
I'm at. So now he got to house these folks.
Oh my
Spending millions
God.
and millions and millions of dollars. Oh, this the wrong tarot guy. That's the wrong mayor. Hold on, baby.
Okay.
We gotta get the
Is this the new?
We
Is this
gotta
the
get
new one?
we gotta get the story straight, y'all.
this.
Let's, we put out the facts over here. It's Rudy Giuliani has been
That's
sued by his
yeah.
ex-wife
Oh
Judith.
goodness.
Pay me $260,000 or go to prison.
Man, she got
Child,
the
I
dirt.
ain't mad at her.
She
I'm
got the dirt.
I'm not mad.
No,
I'm
She
not
not mad.
said B better have my money
right.
Man.
That's my song, Melinda. Yeah, that's my song.
Speaking of her,
Man.
she's gonna be the Super Bowl halftime.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I might have to
Yes.
watch that.
I'm so sorry though, y'all. I'm really sorry to say this, but when they appear on the Super Bowl, their career is done. You do know that, right?
No,
Yeah.
They're
this woman is
officially
a
older.
billionaire. She not over. She not over that. You know why? You know why Rihanna is doing it, right? That's all that has to do is Jay-Z. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because Jay-Z made that deal with the NFL.
I'm fully aware of that. What I'm
Yeah, I
saying
know.
is,
I'm just saying.
She ain't coming
because
out with no
he is
music no
sellout
more.
anyway. He was all supporting Mr. Kaepernick,
Mhm.
and then all of a sudden he didn't give two rats patooties because he's getting
Can we
paid. And he's
stop
like,
the
well,
kneeling? Can we stop? Can we
Mhm.
get past the kneeling?
right,
Can I can't
Mhm.
get past your hair, so why
right.
do we have
Well,
to get past?
I mean, we would like to see your wife though, in real life.
She don't come outside.
Where
She
is
don't come
she?
outside. She
Where is
actually
she?
is she
Where
at
is she?
home. She a
Where?
clone.
No, she ain't at home. We ain't seen her.
In the words of Jennifer Hudson, where you
Right.
at? Where you
This
Yeah.
girl, I'm really concerned now. We ain't seen that woman. But anyway, that's not beside. When they do the Super Bowl, y'all, this is completely off subject. I'm so sorry. But when they do the Super Bowl, you officially are now like older artists. You're not on and popping. You're not up and happening.
Well,
The
no, she
last
just
one
had
that
a
was up and
baby.
happening barely was The Weeknd, and that was not a good Super Bowl performance.
I
I
didn't
might add.
watch that. I didn't watch that.
That was not a good Super Bowl performance. But anyway,
Heart, what's your team?
who's?
Who your team? You watch football? Cause I watch
I
football.
don't watch it as much as I used to. I'm
Oh,
still a
okay.
Bears fan. I've been a
Oh,
Bears fan since
the Bears.
1985.
at? Yeah, he
Okay.
sure do got that Basquiat hairstyle trying to be like
Honey, you ain't no artist. Sit down.
Hey, Vidal, how you doing, baby?
You ain't painting nothing. I chose violence all year. I'm done.
Yeah, I didn't think Mayor Adams had ever been married. I was like, what? Yes, Eric, baby, Terrell got Eric. Ooh, catch up, baby. He been the mayor since I think January. Didn't he get elected this year?
Oh, he just got elected.
Didn't he just? I think it was either this year. I'm not sure it was last year. He's had
Yes, the dog. I
two
remember
longtime
that.
girlfriends who live in the same bit. Adrian, wait a minute. I'm gonna rethink this.
same girl.
If you go to dinner, Adrian, just go to dinner. Don't do nothing else. Don't get trapped up in this
Yeah.
sister wife thing. Please don't.
What is up with that? Do you know more black men are promoting that now?
Same girl.
They trying to
Same
infiltrate
girl.
that and say, yeah, that's cool having more than one wife because how did they put that? 25% of men are the men that all women is being intimate with. Can somebody tell me where they get these facts from?
Make it make sense.
Can somebody please tell me where this information comes from?
Wait, so supposedly only 25% of men are intimate
Yeah,
with
that's
black
20,
women?
right, and all the rest of them got the dry syndrome. So they want us to get off our high pedestals with reading and being smart and thinking because they need loving.
Well,
they try to throw the biblical up in there too.
now
And you ain't been to church since 1983, but you up here talking about I'm supposed to be. Child, don't get me started. Lord,
where is Bond Zero? Wait a minute. What is y'all talking about? Y'all
Bond
got all
Zero.
kinds of stuff. What the hell is a Bond Zero? Is that
What's
a club?
that?
It's a social club. Social club meaning to pick up working
Some
ladies,
nice-
ladies of the night,
Ladies
escorts
Yeah.
for the evening,
Whoa.
happy endings. Is that what we doing?
Girl, listen, now it's ladies of the afternoon, the daytime, snack time, between the kids sleeping, all of that. It don't matter.
My God, today.
Child.
Hold on.
That's
Hold
a lot.
on. Yeah, I am making up for lost time.
Now that's a
But they've been having clubs like this for years.
So Dada, you think that she left Jay-Z? I think I think
I
that
think they
she got,
live in separate homes.
I think that she held, yeah, but I'm concerned for her health. Like, how did you
Really?
drop an entire album, all of the songs on the album, they even haven't been released, chart, and we ain't got a physical appearance from you. We ain't got the video. We ain't got
I like
we
to
ain't
see a
got a
video.
cameo. We ain't even got a a voice clip on Instagram. We ain't got nothing. Something's wrong.
Sweetness.
I'm worried about that woman.
Please pull up her comment. Please, Heart. I'm sorry.
Will. Hang on. I will differently ask. It's on my birthday. $200 play. Perfect. That's fabulous.
Yeah.
Nice. Take a picture of that plate.
That's true, Shiny. Beyonce did do a Super Bowl, and that was one of her best situations.
Yes, it was.
Okay, wait. Well, I gotta find Sweetness.
I'm a woman of the morning. Yes, that is me. Yes, that's me.
Wait. I'm a woman of the morning with an app.
Yes,
Wow, out. I'm ready for a trip.
I like her other statement though. Here, hold on now. If you can't financially support one, you don't get more.
Hello?
I know that's right.
Hello?
That's true.
I know that's right.
What
I feel like
what we talking about up here? Hair model after basket. Oh, the famous artist. My God. Okay.
Get up and
let me see here. Okay, yes, Whitney was of all time.
Yes.
But did Whitney do the halftime, or was that just the national anthem?
Yeah, I think. Yeah,
I think
because Whitney's national anthem, they might as well just play
Marvin
that every
Gaye.
year.
Those two, Marvin Gaye, Whitney Houston. I watch it over and over, like it just came out.
You don't never have to. You play Marvin for all the NBA, and you play Whitney for all the football. I'm fine.
Yes.
I don't even know why they be fronting with new people.
Period. Mother.
Okay.
And
it's
not
a
knowing the
political
word.
party. They're charging us to go.
Who are y'all supporting?
Campaigning season. It's campaign.
Yes,
season.
it is. November, right around the corner.
That's right. I forgot the midterms were coming up.
Oh, it's gonna be hot. Oh, it's gonna be interesting.
The block is hot.
Huh? Oh, don't do it, Melinda. You got me back here.
Social Club in Lower Manhattan. Okay. All right. True love don't have nothing to do with the ring. If I love you, I don't need one. We hustle and get a sterling silver band together. My love is based off a ring, whether it's from Walmart or Tiffany's. But that's
beautiful.
That's
but
beautiful,
I gave mine
baby.
back.
Yes.
Because he wasn't. He didn't matter. She said my comments was last.
That's okay, sweetheart. But be sure between now and November, he and I are gonna have a conversation. I'm with you on that.
Sending you good spirits.
Because you know it's gonna be a bad look for him if what Larry Reid is saying is true, and this man is being investigated by one of the 3-letter agencies.
That's wild.
Prince was the best halftime. Oh my gosh!
Oh my God! Don't talk about
conversation.
I'll
never forget that performance.
Why he had to pass on my birthday though? Like so he really did.
Wow.
And me and my sister, we be like, this bittersweet, because my mom loved Prince, and so does my baby sister, because she used to tell us she was gonna date him, and we told her, ma'am, you too young. Even for Prince, you too young. Like that's.
I loved him. Oh my God, I loved that man.
Yes, I did. Yes, I loved him so. I was just.
I need to. They just opened up a Prince experience. I don't want to call it a club, but kind of like a museum here in Chicago. I think it is.
Okay.
They just opened one up in Chicago. You know, there's his houses, of course, in Minneapolis.
I do want that outfit that Apollonia wore when she went in the Lake of Minnetonka.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Mama gonna get into that for the winter now. Come on now. I'm bringing them boots
but Marvin Gaye made it sexy. That's true. Now that's true story right there.
Yes.
That's a true story.
That man could sing anything, and it sounds
yes, he could. That was so sad. Let's see here. The mayor is not a member of Zero Bond, which is a high end, but he is there often doing business. There are lots. I bet business.
Well,
I mean, most of those sorts of things are done over that sort of these big
clubs,
business and political deals and all kinds of stuff are done over in these social clubs.
Places like that. And somebody always doing the little jiggle dance or bringing them something to drink.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how many of y'all watched like The Crown, the Netflix series, And Prince Philip was a part of this whole lunch club, Thursday lunch club. And he was a part of it for the whole entire, like, I thought at one point, like, she had put her foot down, was like, nigga, you can't go there no more. You know what I'm saying? But she didn't tell him that. Like, here it is, season 3 at the end of it. I heard about it on the Thursday lunch club. I thought, girl, I thought you told that man he couldn't go there no more because them men folk was sleeping with everything that moved.
It is insane to me.
So there's all kinds of social clubs.
So we need to have our own social club.
Ugh, God.
I want to start one right now.
The men would not participate as nicely and congenially as they come in and want to try to take it over.
Nah, you get the young ones trying to pay off that debt.
Oh, you talking about them young cougar cubs, them sugar babies. That's what you. Y'all don't get me in trouble over here. Prince was amazing, but he couldn't touch Whitney Houston on the Star Spangled Banner. I think it's two separate things we talking about.
That's two separate styles. I don't think you could compare that. But I like
they each are their own in their own genre, right? In their own lane, like
Mercury and Pluto. Them is two places.
Right. You just can't.
Yeah.
There's so many iconic, performances of various things that just should never be touched.
Here goes some dirt. Prince and Michael Jackson was feuding, right? Like they did not like each other.
No, they did not.
Yes.
Quincy Jones, you see, they made him disappear, put him out like the mummy. We ain't seen him since. Because he was out here telling all the secrets. And he said,
they had time to shut the hell up.
Yes, he did.
He was doing too much.
He was telling it all.
They get old and then they just,
being like a canary.
Let's sit down, Pop. Ain't nobody talking to you. Just sit down.
Adrian said, between now and November, we're going to be in the same place. We're going to have a conversation. I'm friendly and polite. I would just ask how a pastor, do that on camera and not be arrested in front of people. I'm with you.
I'm all
right. DA didn't press charges.
Right.
Prince is one of the best I could have ever experienced. I cried more over him than Michael Jackson. Absolutely.
Oh my God.
But I love them both. And I saw Prince perform. I saw him perform 3 separate times. I got to go backstage each time. Nice. No, I take that back. 3 separate times in close, small venues. I got to go backstage. Jealous. But the first one was the 1999 tour, and I snuck out and saw that. Anyway,
I just wanted to touch his hair. Where is my love life? Where has it been? That's my move. What?
Right. So yes, he's a very close friend of the mayor. So that's how that did not happen. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now we have hit the 3-hour mark, so I have officially gone and done a semi-conscious TV live.
You know how it is. We get on here, get to talking now.
I know, but I'm trying to keep it where we don't just go way off into yonder land.
But everything we talking about ties in, though, Heart. It is, even if it's
except
funny.
For the halftime shows.
Yes,
the Super Bowl.
People watch halftime shows. Black people watch the halftime show. Black people watch football.
God,
you see how that correlates?
I see that how they correlate.
The manifestations of the early crustaceans of what the man is trying to convey to you.
Oh my God.
My favorite part of that video was him going ba 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 ba. I said, wait a minute.
Oh God. Oh no.
How many
start playing with that speaking in tongues too? Because one day your tongue gonna freeze up and fall out.
That's not speaking in ba 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 ba. That's speaking.
They need to stop with that. Stop playing. Stop playing.
I couldn't have been
speaking in tongues.
I couldn't have been there.
You might as well have said Gemini was speaking in tongues.
I believe Gemini first. I give her some tithing first. Let me just tell you. Shoot.
Girl, get your speech. Come on up here.
Right.
For you, child.
Put the cat up there. I'll watch that first. A foot in there.
Betsy, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for the super chat.
Thank you.
This is a wonderful.
You're so welcome. That was fun. I hadn't read tarot in a while. Thank you so much for the super chat. They made him fire his brother or have him work for free. He's a seller. Oh,
what?
And mayor fired over 1,000 people for not being vaccinated. Oh,
And
But you know what? Why? You know what's funny to me though? These mayors, but not one of them. All of that rubbing shoulders, and you friends with this one, you friends with that one. Name me one governor that
That what?
that's got deeper melanin than a tan.
Oh no.
no.
That's right, because they only gonna let you get so high. That's it.
I'm trying to think. Have there not been black governors down south?
No,
No.
no.
Maybe not. Now, if we want to go to the history lesson,
I
are
ain't
we
talking
gonna
about
go to the history lesson, or are we gonna go to the
Georgia,
no.
history lesson?
I'm talking
Georgia
about
tried.
I'm talking about right now in the last 20 years. Let's stay there.
Yeah, but
The
there's a
last,
reason for
yes,
it. You
ma'am.
can look at
I
the last 20
yes,
years
I can. I'm just
and
saying.
vacuum
Yes, I
and
can.
understand
I
what
do
happened right after the
understand.
Civil War.
But you know what? I will say this, and no disrespect to the history, because if it hadn't happened, we wouldn't be here. However, I think a
Mhm.
lot of times us as Black folks, we lean on that, but we're not trying to change the future. We're still repeating the history. The
That's
only
because we don't even
difference,
know the history.
it's not
Baby,
even
we
not
don't
knowing.
even know the history. That's my
We've been
point.
But this is
hoodwinked.
what I'm saying. If we don't build anything to give them, that's why I said we learned from church. The truth was told to you. They had meetings in the church. They did the planning in the church. The secret stuff that they did to give information to Black people that surrounded the church. We don't have that, and we never created anything else to keep that going. And that is where we lost our ability to have any modicum of power.
Okay, so I'll bring it back up to a little bit further in current time period then. The time period in which you're talking about all that happening would have been right after this, right around the civil rights movement, right?
Yes, ma'am. That's it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Once civil rights movement was effectively killed because they killed Martin and they killed Malcolm.
Right.
The church members that were part of the SNCC, right? SNCC,
Got
that
you.
were part of
Mhm.
the NAACP, that were part of the what was another one? God dang it. There was another one that was specifically Black church.
Black
Um
caucus.
yeah, well, it was a church, it was a religious group though. Anyway, pastors group.
Yeah.
They sold out.
Well, yes.
They sold out.
Yes,
They
ma'am.
hang on, hold on.
I'm sorry, I get excited.
They sold out because they were given the direction and they were given the assurances that if they allowed a certain party to continue to come in through 2, 3, 4 years, whatever the case may be, and if they threw their support behind that particular political party, they would be looked after. They sold us out.
Oh, honey, yes, I know. I'm with you. I completely 100%.
Completely sold us out.
100%. I agree with you.
Yeah, cause where do they be at when these
Exactly.
disasters happen?
And so, just to be clear, I understand and do know they did. And guess who did it? It wasn't women in that meeting. And
No,
that's
it was
all
the
I'm going to say.
men.
And that's why I think it's time for us to get our superwoman draws and start getting some things moving. Because if we don't,
I agree with
it
you.
ain't gonna happen. We gonna watch our community. We just gonna be spread apart like foster kids. They gonna keep on, and we ain't gonna have nothing to fight for anyway. Like I said, I know I probably sound like a broken record, but this is what's important to me. Children can't read. We got two generations behind us as Generation X and the Boomer generation, which is our parents. When we look at what is left, what's left for 85% in public schools, our young men cannot read. They don't understand math.
Right. And our churches have the most money to be able to create
Honey,
actually We've talked about this before.
Yeah.
The pastors can only talk about certain topics unless it's the topics that the ruling class, aka I'm gonna just call it a spade, the Democrat Party want them to talk about. We got to stop it.
Oh, I'm with you.
We got to stop it. And I'm not saying you, sis. I'm just saying in general.
I'm not that person. It is the truth.
Beholden to people that are gonna lie to us in our faces on both sides of the aisle. I ain't saying the other side is up all right and uptight
Nobody's
either.
saying that.
But they're gonna lie to us
Yes.
instead of us recognizing and realizing what our true power is. Now, I was shiny. I do agree with you that many successful Black communities were destroyed around the country. I'm going to simply point to the summer of 2020 and show you some more.
Well, can I just throw in there too as well, Shiny? Yes. There were communities that were destroyed. Yes, they blew up Black Wall Street. I understand that. However, there are still prosperous Black communities in this country as we speak right now. There are 12 of them. Now, that ain't a lot, I know, but at least there's 12. That doesn't mean we stop.
We gotta keep going.
That doesn't mean we don't. If imagine, I'm just gonna throw this out here. The thought process that a lot of us have now. Imagine if that was the same process and everybody just let their hands off. Where do you think we would be as people of color at this point in this country? So it's a double-edged sword, just like anything else in this life. It's just like a beautiful flower that can poison you. You know what I mean? And so you have to decide, is it worth it? But if I learn, if I understand, if I listen, and I know it seems like I talk a lot and I don't listen, but I do listen. And putting my ear to the ground has let me know that if we don't create something of our own, whether it's you and your family, whether it's a part of a group, however, you as a human being have every right to feel safe and protected, and we are not. So it is now time. We want to talk about truth. We want to be real about it. We've been in danger, and our men have walked away.
Yeah.
And I'm not waiting for them to figure it out no more. I'm not. I can't afford that. We had 500 Black hospitals in this country. We only have one. Why? Yeah. And when you ask a Black man, and this is what I do, yes, I go on purpose to ask questions to see what it's going to be. And when I ask these brothers, different age groups, different backgrounds, they don't have an answer. They want to tear down what I'm saying. So I ask this question: if you believe that mental health is not taken in account when they are like, if this young man or this young person, woman or man, however, is having mental issues, or an older person is having mental issues, why can't we raise enough money to have free mental health? $1.6 trillion we have in the middle of a pandemic, and we can't redirect that money. That's how I know. It's just like what I said earlier. We know what needs to be done, but people are afraid. And I ain't gonna hate on that. I understand that, but I'm not afraid anymore, because
at some point, we got to stand up. Now, Betsy, why can't they read? It's all that you're talking about. And it just really boils down to the fact that because once we got taken and willingly went, because we thought that it was going to be in our best interest to get put into housing stacked upon stacked upon stacked, stopped having our own community itself that was self-sufficient. And now we're at the behest of, by and large, in urban areas where we don't own anything. The school system then, if y'all know anything about how the school systems run, right? Mm-hmm. They run based on property taxes. So if you're in a place, and owners of large buildings do pay property tax, but it's not the same as a bunch of individual homeowners in a community. I live in a community where it's 95% individual homeowners. Now, we might only have a 4,000. Matter of fact, we have 3,600 people in this town. 90% of them are living in their own homeowner. So when I go to the school board meeting and I say, I don't like what's in the damn curriculum over here. What is you teaching my child or my grandchild? What I say shakes. It moves because we are in control more so of our education. This is why the people were getting mad. You could say what you want to say about whatever. But these parents all across this country, when they would come to these school board meetings, had a right to say, what are you teaching my child? What kind of books are in this? And what they said mattered. It matters if the majority of the money is coming from homeowners that then have a stake in the education. Also, to be honest with you, it is gone are the days where a parent is actually welcome in the school to participate in their child's education. They put up the facade of that, but really that teacher and that school system wants you to put your child into this system so they can program them and fill them with propaganda and whatever else. And for us, it's to feed the school to prison pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't for the purpose of education so that we can then go on and create. The trades aren't taught anymore, all these things. There's a whole host of reasons. So we're working. And then when you go to the leaders, I've told the story before, but when you go to the leaders in your local area, the next large town, next large city, Madison, you can tell I've been living in the country too long, the next large town, the next largest city here, Madison, you go to the leadership in these areas and say, well, why is it that such a huge percentage of our children are not graduating? And even if they do graduate, they barely could read on an 8th grade level. Mm-hmm. Well, we're working with the school district. Why are you working within a system that does not that has no desire to, and is not designed to help you? So but then we don't want to then hear the breakdown of the community. But you can't go to somebody and say your child is acting a complete butthole. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that. It's hard for us then to come in and say, well, okay, well, we're gonna go in and create these schools. Because then you come in and you say we ought to create a school, a charter school. Then you got a teachers union saying, oh, you can't do that. And you got us leaders, the leaders of the church. Oh, we can't do that. We're going to work within the system. We got Stockholm syndrome everywhere.
Yes.
And then be hollering about, well, our children is doing this and doing that. The parents need to do this, do that.
I'm sorry, Melinda. Can I address what the doll said? Mm-hmm. Now, I have my younger brother. He's what is it, Gen Z? That's the dude. And then you have Alpha, which is their children. I'm not gonna say that these babies is out here lazy and no common sense, because I'm gonna say this: that reflects on us as a community. What have we been teaching our children? Because you can't tell me that a whole generation of young people, and I don't know, and I'm not assuming those you may have seen or know, but I know some very smart, strong, young folk out here scraping by, trying to figure out what to do, because there's really no direction. And what I find interesting is that Black folks holler they don't want no leaders, but you'll follow a man like this.
Child, stop.
You don't want no leaders, but you want to complain about what is happening. The reason our babies can't read, this ain't new. Just because they let a few of them get through and they graduated, that's so good. Then what? Black men don't create opportunity for other black boys. Now, I've seen black women create opportunity for black girls, but they tell us in a heartbeat as black women that if we say anything about black girls, well, what about the boys? What about the boys? Is your hands broke? And it comes down to this place where it's enough. I'm not gonna blame these babies.
Do y'all remember the young man? It wasn't too long ago, a couple years ago, that he was up in one of the northeastern states, and he was creating an actual school for young boys to teach them trades. And Roland Martin had him on his show and berated that young man.
What?
Oh my God.
I had to stop watching Roland Martin.
Was that it might have been last year.
How can you berate someone for wanting to open a school?
Because how dare he decide to work outside the system? And then, see, this is the fallback. This is my problem with us. The fallback when we do build something for ourselves is, oh, well, you must be a damn Republican. So he went and was trying to paint him in this conservative picture, and because we're too stupid to sit here, we listen to the boogeyman this and the boogeyman that, even though the person that's been lying to us through their goddamn the cousin oracle is out, God lying to us through their goddamn donkey teeth.
But you are exactly right, and that's why I said we have not created, name one thing that we know as a total community. And when I say community, I'm talking about those who are supposedly like-minded. We holler about how we got all these educated black folk. However, to what the doll was saying, I understand that there are women who act this way. I understand we are always going to have those nuances. However, that does not mean we don't help. The people who want to help, the people who will be a part of it, that's what they're going to do. And I can't sit here and be a woman of color and then down my culture when I ain't doing nothing to help them.
We have to be in a position now. So to Betsy, yes, a child's first teacher is their parents. The majority of children should be able to read before entering primary school. Let me tell you what happens. So the kids, so supposedly you're supposed to be able to send your child to preschool and all this stuff, right? So if we are working, we have to trust and send our children to daycare. We have to trust that daycare is actually, because we're not spending the majority of time with our kids. Okay. So, because we're working, right? And now the young man, the father might be in the household or not, but as a result of a lot of things that happen, as a result of the civil rights movement,
right,
as a result of that prison pipeline being started there, right there, or sending our men off to war and then sending the rest to prison, you separate it. The entitlement programs are not set up to help a family. You are basically pitted against the father, because if there's a 2-parent household, the one parent ain't gonna get as much, right? And the whole family's not gonna get as much, period. This is just reality. Tell me I'm wrong. Show me I'm wrong, because
you're not. And I just wanted to let the doll know, listen, I don't want you to think I'm attacking you. I'm just very passionate about my people. I know exactly what you're talking about. I grew up in the hood. I remember seeing 3-year-old little babies walking down the street with no shoes on and a diaper. So I understand that mentality. But when you look at what has taken place, it's not about excuses. It's not about that we don't need to do, but it is now. I believe this is the time the veil has been pulled back. This is the time that we come together and put those who will. I ain't worried about saving everybody, because that's not the case. But if you can assist someone to have a better life in this world, I don't see what the problem is with that.
Well, and I think we're all on the same page, though. Honestly, we really are. We really do have to do better as a people. And so I'm just explaining how some of these things happen. We have to be real and honest about what has happened in our history and how that now is affecting what we're doing now, so that we don't fall for the same bullshit again.
What did you
That's
say?
all
A
I'm trying to,
village.
like, I'm just trying to get people to not fall for the same bullshit and actually stand up on there too and say, okay, we're going to create the schools, we're going to create the communities, right? That's such a blessing that I met Chocolate Earth, because now we're talking about being able to create communities and such, so that we and create schools and create this educational, take it back.
And
Because
we
we got to
can.
be real that the schools are not educating our
Nah,
children.
not at all.
Sure ain't. It's so outdated.
And let me throw
Kids
this
hate
at
school.
you. When we were talking, remember we had this conversation before, Heart. I wanted to share this with you. I came across it a couple days ago. Arizona is throwing money. I mean, literally throwing money at nonprofits to build housing for single families and the elderly. So if it ain't a problem,
Holla at me on that one. Okay.
if it
Yeah.
ain't a problem,
Yeah.
then why you can go pretty much to the majority of the states in this country, pull up their grants, like state grants. They begging.
Yeah.
They begging for folks to do it.
Yeah. And so we need to take advantage of that, because what happens is our other counterparts will take advantage of that and we'll miss out yet again.
Honey.
Because we are too busy focused on.
That's because we wanted workers.
We're too busy focused on whether or not Nikki and Cardi are feuding.
Honey,
Whether or not so-and-so and so-and-so was it a subliminal thrown in this rap thing and this rap lyric and that rap lyric. We're too busy focused on who's beefing on the streets. I like mess just as much as the next person, but I don't let that get me off my square. We're
Right.
too busy. We're too busy paying attention to the distractions.
That's the
And
point.
then listening to big-headed, bald-headed, nappy-headed ass leaders that's running around talking about they being leaders. If y'all don't stop listening to this goddamn Al Sharpton, I don't know what. If y'all don't stop believing
Just
what
'cause
damn
he lost
Umar
his
Johnson is
way
saying and all, get the fuck out of here.
and
I'm
he got his
tired.
phone back. That's what I'm saying. I'm tired. And you know what's so crazy is this. She was saying, so we are speaking primarily about public schools. I'm talking about any school, charter, public, boarding,
There ain't no
whoever
different.
that is running a situation that these children do not know anything. How many Black children do you know can speak more than one language? How many?
It's
Well,
very slim nowadays.
Well,
Very slim.
I
But I
agree. Hang on one
bet
second, y'all.
you
Adrian, are you saying they couldn't pass the clearance to be in the school because they had a felony on their record, or was it the type of felony they had on their record? I want to understand that. Because I got feelings on that too. So we're speaking primarily about public schools, not private day, charter schools, boarding schools. Well, I don't know how many, like, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know how many of us can afford a boarding school.
that's what I'm saying.
In my opinion, they all the same.
If we
They
can
just-
afford it, I mean, you might get a different education at a boarding. I can't speak because I didn't go to NAM. But I will say this, that my father moved us out of Milwaukee and into a suburb so that I could attend a better school within a more affluent, me and my brothers, a more affluent suburb, so we could get a better education. I do know that there are charter schools. There have been charter schools that have been trying to get started or have got started in New York City and in Chicago and some other major cities
Columbus,
across this country. And
Ohio was a unique
every
one.
rip, the darn, it's a problem.
Yes.
Whenever anybody brings up, school choice and school vouchers and all of these things, it's a problem all of a sudden. Why is it a goddamn problem? Because they want us to stay in the poor neighborhood schools where we don't have the computer, the technology, we don't have up-to-date tools, learning tools, the curriculum, even the whole Common Core curriculum is fucking stupid.
Honey, don't
anyway.
even get me started on that.
So you know what I'm saying? It's an educational day. And I'm gonna say it's an educational crisis in America, period. But I'm just gonna talk about us.
Yes.
and I knew this was an educational crisis even back when I was going to college back in 1985. Because in 1985, let me tell you something, people that were coming here from overseas and attending Northwestern University knew so much more than I did.
Mm-hmm.
And I graduated in the top 5% of my class, and a graduating class of, good God, too many and a lot, and scored very high in my SATs. I'm not a stupid person, but these people came over and they were exposed to things that I never even knew.
And then they go right back.
Right. And they take it back to their
Right back.
community. And see, this is where, to the point, yes, I know that there are a percentage of people of color who are upper middle class or even, wealthy, so on and so forth. That's wonderful. I would never hate on anyone doing those particular things to better their family. However, you still need people in the community sector, because we don't do anything alone. Instead of looking down upon those who are in a different situation, if you're just looking at it from a business standpoint, right?
Right.
If I have a trading school that I bring people in that know these particular trades, I teach these trades to these young folk that come in behind, because everybody ain't for college. I was one of those people. I had to learn the hard way. I'm a hands-on type of person. I love the earth. I like being dirty, the whole nine. But there is still a necessary of education so that I can even do better with that.
Right.
However, we have stopped saying that, encouraging people to be welders, encouraging people to do particular things that make what we call comfort go round and around. Everybody ain't gonna be in the same position, but all the time we look at it in such a lens like, well, I know a few, or I've been in it. That's great. But just like I said, I didn't say you were.
No, we know you're not looking down, baby.
That's not what I'm saying.
Like, I know that there are a number of us.
Tone. Yeah, right. I'm sorry.
We're not trying to be. So yeah, I get it that there's more of us than maybe meets the eye. I'm not trying to say at any rate that there's not that we can't afford boarding schools, but I'm just going to point to our major cities and tell you
that's the problem.
The percentages, like by a percentage, we can't. I mean, there's just some facts that I know that by percentage, the schools that the majority of our children go to are not at the same level, right? In urban areas as schools in suburban areas. When Shiny brought up, why are they not teaching cursive writing in school? Well, let's look to the law. That's right. Let me tell you something. There's certain laws where if you cannot write your signature, if they take your signature away from you and leave it only as electronic, do y'all know that there's certain UCC or universal credit something codes that then would mean that certain things are null and void contractually? There's a reason why you still basically have to fax contracts. Fax them. You can't just PDF. There's certain contracts you still have to physically sign or fax. So and these are the laws that they've written. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Question. How is a mother? Betsy, is that how you say her name? I apologize if I said it wrong.
I think so, Betsy.
And with all due respect, please understand where I'm coming from. I was raised in the South and in the Midwest. It ain't the same like it is in New York. It just is not. When you come out of that, it is not the same. It is very, very vintage. I grew up in Columbus, Ohio. We were separate, even though it was the 90s and the whole east, west, north, south. Everybody had their lane, and you knew how far you could go. And that is why we are in this situation of identity, or wanting to find a place to fit, because we have watched it be torn away. Okay, I give that. However,
there's still supposedly, quotation marks, y'all can't see me, 46 million black folks in this country, right? We know it's probably way more, but black folks don't all fill out the census. That's just true. But out of 46 million, that in itself, our wealth is only 1%.
Right.
The majority of black women are. I'm not throwing you under the bus. Oh no. One thing is that the perspective, of course, is going to be different because you see different things. But I just know that when you go to places like Ohio is one of the poorest states in the country, along with Kentucky, Mississippi, Alabama, and the governments do not take care of their people.
No, they don't.
So then we want to say, well, why not teach at home? To her point, if I'm a single mother, or even if I'm married, you gotta work
right.
2 jobs just to survive. I'm talking about right now.
Right.
Financially, there is no way you can teach at home unless you're in a position that your mate or yourself has put yourself in, that you don't have to worry about those everyday 30 to 30 day bills. But if I'm a single parent trying to feed, clothe, keep a roof, the whole 9, and I'm working and I'm dealing with what's going on day to day, we are supposed to be a village. We can't do it with just one part. Yes, those are your children. Yes, they should start reading at home. But everybody ain't the same, and we know that.
And I think that's where, that's exactly right. That's where I was like, okay, well, so that I had to send my kids to daycare. I had to make sure. Now, granted, my mom taught me at home, right? But she was probably one of the last generations where most of the mothers were at home until, the children got into be school age. So I'm a single parent doing the best that I can. I got to make sure that whomever I'm entrusting my child to is teaching them, right? Now, at least I had the wherewithal and the money to be able to do that because I was making a good buck. So now, though, stop doing that. You literally just knocked off one of my crystals dead off the table. Like, okay, you want to continue to play? We gonna play. You ain't getting off this here internet.
Right, I'm tired. Right. Adrian, I just want to tell you that that's not it. I don't think that at all. My mindset is strictly from a place. I had the opportunity. I've worked with children since I was 18 years old. I worked and volunteered in the school districts that my mother worked in. I have seen children come to school hungry, dirty, no shoes, hair not combed. And these are supposed to be people of some sort of classism, so to speak. I have a very soft place for and it's for children because they don't get a choice. They are only told what they're supposed to do. And I don't believe that we have sources and we don't have enough going on that we are assisting our communities. It's all about self. I get it. And that was done on purpose.
Yes. So see, we're all saying the same thing here. So Betsy, Bed-Stuy, right? Betsy, please, somebody tell me.
It's Bed-Stuy, like in New York.
Bed-Stuy, okay, got it, Bed-Stuy. That when I came to the community, I'm just going to call out Madison because that's where I was at a few years back when I was like, well, what the hell's going on? Because these kids is graduating and only 50% are graduating. And then only 10 to 15% of those that did graduate actually could read at an 8th grade, read and do math at an 8th grade or higher level. So I go to this church meeting because it was a church I was attending at the time. And there's all these, I've told this story before, but maybe you haven't been here, and which is okay. And there's all these people here, like educators and administrators and financial, giants in Madison. I mean, this was the creme de la creme of the Black community. Okay. So I'm listening. And I asked, why can't we use the church at the time was in it used to be a I think it was a Catholic church, and there was a school, because Catholic churches have schools, a lot of them. I don't know if today they still do, but they used to. A lot of them had elementary and then even high schools, right? That was a thing. And so I said, well, why can't we use this school here? We got all the educators, we got all these people. You can have a daycare right here. We could be teaching the kids, and then you can end up growing it to a middle school, and then we go on to the high school. And they told me they didn't want to hear nothing I had to say, child, because they wanted to work within the community, within the system that they were talking to the school district to address the problem. And they wanted to work within the system rather than pulling people and or resources out of the system. They wanted to work within. And they didn't want to do that. And then, as I've told this story before, because I'll never forget this, then I was then told, well, you must be a Republican.
Listen, I'm a separatist.
And I'm like, what the hell does that have to do with any of this?
Because
they want to put you in a box.
If you'd look at the originals,
you'd rather cause division, and you'd rather throw up the straw man than you would actually do something. You know what I'm saying? What we're just talking about is the fact, I completely agree with you. That's exactly what I want. I want us to come together like we did in days of old, in the ancestors. The story I was telling you, how the older women would help the younger women with the children.
That's how we did.
We didn't get our panties in a bunch because the older women were helping the younger women. We didn't feel no type of way.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It was a thing. We had a community. We had a village. I'm not saying it was perfect and it was utopia, but it was the way things were. That's what I want to get back to.
And that is
because that's where we find our power.
That's it. And you know what, to your point, look at now our conversations right now. Look how we have found each other on this vast space, that we have been able to connect to people who are like-minded, who can see the same things that you see. Because sometimes, yes, I feel like I'm crazy. I'm like, did I see that? Is that correct? And then I go, well, oh, it is. And I used to have these conversations with my mother. I was raised by older women. I'm just be all the way live. None of my friends are younger than me at this moment in my life. I'm talking 7 to 10 year difference. These are the women that raised me as the Black woman I am now. My mother had us in a village. Now it wasn't my aunts. These were the women that befriended my mother and was close. And I got to see and meet different types of women, what to do, what not to do as a woman. And with that, I have struggled with being who I am in this society because they find women like me threatening. They find women that want to liberate and change threatening, even now in 2022.
Yep.
But what the one thing they don't know about me, and I will say it standing 10 toes down, ain't nothing else you can do to me, baby. I ain't scared of nothing but what me and the Creator gonna talk about. So there ain't too much you can do to me.
Right.
But before it's my time, before it's time for me to go and visit to the upper room.
The upper room.
Not the upper room.
Yes. Love that movie. I am going to do whatever I can to create something that is going to exist to assist these women, to assist these girls, to assist our boys. Good night. I'm using that name. That's gonna be my club name now.
The Gangster Farmer.
But I appreciate y'all so much. You have no idea.
I love these conversations. Yes. I love these conversations because, see, this is the type of conversation I love to have. Why? Because we all have all these different perspectives, right? We're coming at this, and then because we're able to have intelligent conversation, we actually can come to the point where we recognize we actually agree with one another.
That's it.
Yes.
We might
And
all fare differently. Same street. We all on the same corner. I'm just gonna say we are.
we are.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's enough of us in here from all different walks of life
Mm-hmm.
and in all different parts of the country and sometimes even in the world
That's
that
right.
we can actually, even in our own little areas, do these things and start these movements and bring these movements together so that we can actually create safety.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
actually, hopefully, rekindle, restart, reunite
Yes.
the
We need a
family.
yes.
The
We need a
family.
rest. We need safety. You need to feel as though it is all right to have someone to lean on, to be able to trust one another, to actually see the fruits of your labor and not put in a position where I gotta choose whether or not we can be friends or enemies. I don't want to do
Right.
that.
No more scarcity.
No. And no
When I
more
when
jealousy
it
and no more.
right.
We got to stop.
None.
We as mothers, as grandmothers, some of us are grandmothers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have to look at the fact now that I'm looking at now. So my granddaughter is technically, she's 8, my oldest granddaughter.
Yeah.
She's not learning cursive. They haven't even started teaching her cursive.
Mm-hmm.
The way
Mm-hmm.
they teach them math, I'm just like, what is you doing? No, I went and bought me, I swear to God, I went and got flashcards, y'all. I found them old school. Y'all remember the flashcards? I went and
Right.
got old school flashcards so that she would memorize, like we used to back in the day,
Mm-hmm.
our, simple arithmetic, simple
Exactly.
Right.
subtraction, our multiplication and division tables,
Right.
And every
right?
person
None of
can
this Common Core crap. I don't want to hear
right.
this crap.
Well, that's
Like,
the setup.
Mm.
That the Common Core is a whole nother
you know,
conversation. But you and
Yeah.
I both know it's a
right.
setup. That-
So they're
yeah.
not teaching them certain things. And so my son, of course, learned the old school way because that's the only
Yeah.
way I knew how to teach it.
That,
But when I
yeah.
look at we're just like, they didn't teach necessarily my son how to write in cursive either.
Right.
My children.
I
So
think it was us.
now
We were the
I'm the
last
last
generation.
generation
Yes.
that
Yes, we
learned how to
are.
write in cursive.
That's it.
Usually they will start in third grade because that's when I
Do you
started learning
remember
cursive
the
in
books
third
that they
grade.
used to have when you would get your I went to school and I remember my teacher sending my mom in the mail a list of things to do before I even got to school over the summer.
Right. Oh, they
When
don't
the
do that no more.
teacher would call the house and talk to the mother so that or the father, so you know who it is. My parents didn't
Yes.
care. My mother didn't care. She'd come up, bust in the classroom in a heartbeat, and dare somebody to say something because she wanted to be a part of it and she knew. Now everybody mama ain't like that. And I
Yes.
understand that. But I hate seeing what I see constantly about what is going on in our public school systems. And
Yes.
like I said, that's what
Mhm.
drives me to sometimes be a little aggressive when it comes to
Yeah.
my beautiful Black brothers and they coming up with some baloney because I'm like, you gonna get old one day, sir. You're gonna be real old one day. And I want to know who you think is gonna continue to take care of the world. I'm sorry, who's gonna take care of you?
Yep.
Yeah.
Who's gonna be there when you are falling?
Right. I think, oh my God. Okay, we really have done a conscious TV thing. I think this is how I look at it, and I don't know how y'all gonna feel about this, but us being the mothers and the grandmothers and the aunties, I feel like even the young men that are in their 30s and younger can still be helped. I
I
don't know
agree.
about these old farts in their 40s. Not that that's old,
Hey,
but
what
I mean, they might be too set in their goddamn ways.
you
They've been
talking
listening
about?
to damn Kevin Samuels and all that
Whoo,
and whatnot.
child.
And then rest in peace. And
Whatever.
now, like, even I go over there and see the lead attorney. Nah, I ain't got nothing against lead attorney. Don't y'all get on my case about the lead attorney. But I go over there and listen to him, and I'm like, bruh, you are the most vain You have some of the most narcissistic tendencies over there. You more worried about getting Gucci than you are about actually doing something for the culture.
They all are. They all are. Go, Liz.
And
I do.
he's got a level of intelligence, and he has status.
Don't matter.
So that, which is a shame. In his defense, he is actually. I have seen him help other YouTubers and such way more than I've ever seen anybody. Way more. I have to give that to him. He actually does.
What
he
they be
actually
talking about,
does.
Huh? Who he helping though? I need to know.
Well, but I mean,
I'm just playing, not from you. I'm just messing.
But you understand what I'm saying? Like, and he's helping a lot of black men. So I really, I could appreciate that. But I think it's incumbent upon us to then come to these young men and young women, the generation that's in their 30s and younger. We may be able to still help them and change and shape.
They want the
how
help.
They're thinking.
They want it.
And
I know.
And I'm calling to the women that are of a certain age. Those of us that are of a certain age, and we have some sense and we got some patience. Okay.
That's it.
That we need to come in and take our position, because guess what? We're the matriarchs. I know that our mamas, a lot of us, our mothers are still alive. Some of us, our grandmothers are still alive. But really, in all honesty, we're the actual matriarchs of the community at this point, because we're this bridge. We're of this age. Those of us born, especially in the mid to late 60s, we're in this age range where we kind of bridge this gap between before there was mass technology, and we've grown up and been adults within all these technological changes and all these cultural changes.
Exactly.
So I feel like we're that gap between the best of what was and the best of what can be, if we can get out of our own way.
Let me find a tambourine. I'm not gonna keep playing with you. I'm not gonna keep playing with you, Jesus. Oh, Lord.
Wow, in my deacon voice.
Hit the cash out. Hit the cash out. Hallelujah. I got my blood.
I mean, that's how I really feel about
I got
it.
my shaking, Lord. Come on. Oh, wow.
We got to step up to the plate. And we have to be respectful when we come to y'all that are younger.
You know what?
Did you meet inspirational.
Hart? Did you meet her? Do you know who I'm talking about? You came to the room and heard our show. Her name is Chanel.
Yes.
Okay. This baby is 23 years old. She came to me and asked me. She said, "Do a show with you." Now, me and her 20 years apart.
Wow.
Nice.
She could be my baby. You know what I mean? Like, she could be my baby. She around my little brother, just like a year older than her. I look at them as babies. I know they in their 20s, but I look at them as children.
They are.
And, when she said to me, she was like, "You inspired me. Now I'm going to work in community. I want to get my degree in that. I want to get my degree in business." She's sharing these things with me. And my sister brought it to my attention because I know how I struggled as a young Black woman. I know how I was at 23. Man, I wasn't thinking about no future, baby. I'm thinking about what time we go to the club, son. But I worked. I worked for what I had, And also, too, I was a semi-parent because I was helping my mother.
Right.
So it's like they want the help. They want the mothering. They want direction. I hear them in these spaces, and now that I've been privy to that, my nephew is the age you speak of. He's 30 years old with 3 sons.
Wow.
I am a great aunt. 2 that are 3. I'll leave that there. Y'all do that math yourself. 2 that are 3. And 1 that's 7.
And I love my nephew. However, he's not in a position where he can leave anything behind for them babies.
Mm-hmm.
And see, everybody's gone. My grandfather's gone. Both sides.
Right.
His grandfather's gone. His father's in another state. He's not really, I ain't gonna say nothing too much, but yeah, okay. However, there has not been a stable force in his life to assist him to navigate.
Right.
Mhm.
And they want the information, but they don't want to be scolded at. They didn't
Right.
make themselves.
No.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what I don't like that. That's all. It's the fact that we want to blame a generation that wasn't given any guidance. Now I'm gonna put that down on that one.
And we gotta step up to the plate and do it. There's a couple things that I want to deal with. Yes, they do create mentoring. Absolutely.
Yes.
So I know that he charges anywhere between $300 to $500 for his YouTube situation, his YouTube program. But I'm gonna say this: it's worked for some people. I think it's worked for quite a few. I can't begrudge a man or a woman, right, for charging for what they have sacrificed and information they sacrificed to get. I have my own program, right? We talk about that. We just had the graduation earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not ashamed to say that my program, although by the time you're done with it, you have a career, basically a new career. It's 10 times that. I've done a lot and invested a lot in myself. And there are programs out there that are 20 times that would charge you to do similar things that I do or he does or whatnot. So I think what happens is there are so many opportunities out here for us to be able to get a proper energy exchange in the way of money, right? And that we then are able to put forward our being our purpose. Because like just the same way and I'm not saying anything negative here, I'm just talking. Just the same way you're not going to go to someone to make a dress for you and not pay them.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they say $20. If
You
they
still
say
gonna pay 'em.
$20, walk away.
Right. Run. You're gonna pay somebody to teach you how to make a dress, or how to. You might pay for somebody to help teach you how to paint or teach you how to do whatever, build a building, right? You have to pay. It's the same thing. And so, as long as you're getting value for it and it's helping you, I think then there's no problem with it. As long as nobody's
Okay.
being a shyster.
Can I just
Right.
say this? I know this your show, so I'm gonna say it like this. Yes, Black people, we have to give money to get money. It's just a part of the game. I know we be so afraid to let go of them dollars, but baby,
The five-finger discount.
if you don't, sometimes you have to invest in yourself. You have to. Look, I didn't
And it
know
ain't the
any of
Gucci,
that.
the Louis Versace.
Hello? This is why we hit those roadblocks and Black folks say, oh, you can't have no business with Black people. They don't want to. Look, Black people pay for quality. And if you pay attention to how Black folks spend, you know they will buy things that are of quality. That is what we were taught.
Yeah.
You saved up your money.
Oh, that's okay, honey.
The best of the best.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not talking to you, Adrian. I'm just saying there is a mindset. Everything that's been said tonight, there's a piece of that.
A minute. She said, it gives me pyramid schemes.
Honey.
Okay. I think that's in his and I can't believe I'm here defending this man. I think it's in his presentation. Now, this is what I will say, what I do find interesting. He does, though, okay, on a positive side, anybody that takes his class, when they start their channel and they come up and they show up in his chat, he does like shout them out, make sure his mods puts their channels in there, make sure they come up. but it looks I mean, I don't know. Them people do throw a lot of money. You know what? It gives me pastor scheme to give me pastor. It gives me bishop scheme. It gives me those teas where
make it
ain't got no
rain.
daddy. They don't want to talk
right.
about that. That these black men know they want a daddy, and that's why they follow after these
My
men.
God, today. No, she didn't. Oh my God. Yes, she did. She said it. She said it.
They want a daddy. You want to tell me I got daddy issues, honey? Look in the mirror. Pick it
My
up.
God, today. If you don't stop,
Okay.
if you don't, oh my
Pick
God.
it up right now. I'm not playing with you out here in these streets. I'm for the streets.
Okay.
But I am
Ooh,
so
child.
serious.
So
I
clearly
watch
what
it.
we're determining is we're missing leadership in the community.
Yes, and they don't want to
We're
say
missing the
that.
elders.
We don't have leadership. They don't want leadership. Now here's what the oxymoron is in this situation. You want leaders, but you don't want women to be leaders. But you still benefit from the things that women have pioneered and done in our communities. So you better sit down, and that's why they get a money to they different daddies on YouTube. Please, I need a daddy. I need somebody to for love it me. That's all. That's it.
My God, today.
And
My
they
God,
don't like
today.
it. If you break it down to the simplicity, it's the same thing. Starve a child of affection and watch what you get. You get an adult starving for affection. We don't
That's true.
change.
That's true. And then looking for it in all the wrong places and looking for validation because they
Don't
have
they
never
say that
found it
about
in
women?
themselves because they've never been taught out.
Ain't that what they say about what women do? So
Yeah,
it ain't
and
no
they don't stop.
different.
You know,
It
we're
ain't no
supposed to be
different.
the emotional ones, and they're the ones that go off on their emotions like 40
I
going
want you
north
to
every 10 seconds.
show me how they
No.
brains is. Show me where
Stop
a
playing with
male
me.
body brain, they don't have emotions. No, what you have is you don't understand them, and you haven't been made to understand them and cope. Women have had to
Mm-hmm.
learn to cope. We have had to
Mm-hmm.
learn when to be quiet. We have had to learn how to play this game. It's not us wanting to play,
Yeah.
but y'all made these rules, and then when we play better, you get mad. But baby, I'ma learn, and that's
Yeah.
what we do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't
Yes,
be giving
indeed.
your power away. That is very
Mm-mm.
true.
That's right.
Okay, y'all. I'm tired. Now it is 11:22.
Okay, good night.
I love y'all, but I
Love
got to
you
get up tomorrow
too.
and make comment and make a not commentary. I got to make content first thing in the morning tomorrow and see what's going on.
It's
This
a
has been fabulous. We must do this again very soon.
I love it.
Yes, always.
We
I'm here
must do
for
this
it.
again very, very soon. Um, I will before we though get out. I know the Juice Radio and Talk Show. She has a channel.
Mm-hmm.
She was here. Melinda, do you want to tell everybody where they can find you and put that in there, and then we'll bring Chocolate Earth back up too.
Yes, y'all can find me. Should I get on camera? I know I'm a little dark, but you can find me on Melinda J. That is my main channel. And then also you can catch me on my spiritual channel. That is Honey Soul Child Bottega. And I do healing readings, blockages readings, as well as plenty other readings that you can just indulge and see what messages apply to you. All right. Okay.
That is awesome. And then you do have it where people can work with you. Is that correct? Or you about to launch that program? That
I'm about to launch it soon. I got to do some little tweaking and stuff like that, and I got some days off again this week, so I'm gonna tailor
okay.
it towards that. And I got a session with Joe, so she gonna keep me straight and narrow.
You can tell that she's in and she's in the mentorship program. I'm like, when you launching, so people can work with you. So
Yes.
I can't wait. I can't wait. We've been waiting. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Betsy, thank you so much. We're going to bring Chocolate Earth back up. They made the powerful. They made the game now mad because we play better. Absolutely, they are. Absolutely, they are. Okay, Miss Chocolate Earth.
Hey.
Can find you, baby.
Okay, so I'll be on these YouTube screens. I want to just say that I loved having a conversation with all of you. Please don't take my passion for anything else but that. You can check me out on Chocolate Earth Foundation on YouTube. I am asking that people go to the YouTube channel. It has all my links on it under the About. I truly just want to make a mark, not just in our community but the world, because we need to show that we can band together and do something amazing. So please check me out. You can reach me. My Instagram is on there, my email address is on there, and any questions you have or anything that you'd like to know, don't hesitate. Many blessings to you all.
Thank you, Lovey. Thank you. And then Melinda put both hers and Chocolate
Thank
Earth
you.
YouTube in the chat. And Gigi Alvarez has already subscribed. Thank you so much, Gigi. All right. I am Chocolate Earth Girl. You know I love you, babe. I love both
do.
y'all
I love you
ladies.
too. Good night. Thank you for having me. I know
Thank
I be
you for
causing
coming.
trouble. I'm gonna keep doing it.
Nah, it's fine. We having fun.
Good night. I love
All
you.
right.
I
Good
love
night. All right, guys. We have done it. We have done our 4-hour live. This was fun. We're gonna do it again. We're gonna keep having this conversation. And we'll have more conversations. And typically on a new moon, I would have done like a meditation or something, but this was even better because we are putting out our intentions. Oh, thank you so much. I ain't been over there on Diva's channel in a minute. I gotta get over there. All right, guys. We're gonna get out of here. And do not forget the hashtag stop. What are we doing here? Hold on. Look at this tier thing. Stop the abuse and excuse. Stop the abuse and excuse hashtag. Okay. So we're gonna start that hashtag and I'm gonna get it out to some more of the YouTubers around. Peace, love, blessings, and joy be unto you today, tomorrow, and for all eternity. I love you guys so much. Namaste, gang. Bye.